What's up, nerds? Welcome to the pre-stream. Nothing special happens here. I just kind of sit for a little bit while I let the stream starts. What if I refuse to learn? Then get out of here. We don't accept the likes of you. As proof that nothing happens during the pre-stream, I'm gonna eat this bar of Snickers, and you're gonna listen to me eat it. I went to the library and I checked out. Yum yum. No, I haven't had a Snickers in so long. What a great candy. It's delicious. I went to my library and I went to like the because we have a kind of a big library and they have books on music writing. So old treatises on music composition from the Renaissance to now. We have books on orchestration. We have books on harmony, which is what I look to. And funnily enough, of course, I picked up some general harmony books. I tried to look for something that's a bit more modern, because, in my opinion, there's nothing that you could really tell me about old harmony that would be new to me. Not a whole lot. If you want to write music like Mozart or Haydn, those old guys, you don't need to know a ton of theory for that. Their music. See, I don't know if this is like controversial, but like Mozart's music in particular, it's not very complicated. You don't need to know a whole lot of theory to write music like Mozart, and Mozart didn't use a whole lot of theory that was strange or bizarre or even interesting. He just wrote good melodies, and he's remembered for his good melodies. So you don't need to do anything super revolutionary. Like, Mozart's music isn't revolution. I mean, he has some pretty out there ideas, but like, the music that he's most famous for, it's not complicated. It just has a catchy melody. And really, that's all you need to know. I like music well, so I see what I want. That's crazy. I know some people really don't like when the streamers eat on stream. But if you're mad at me for eating a Snickers, then I think you need to eat a Snickers. Eat a lot of Snickers along with me. Okay. So anyway, as I was saying, I went to the library and I was looking through some of these books on harmony. And man, do some people not know how to write a book. Okay. No. Oh, that's good. My general problem with these books on music theory is that they can really sometimes feel like, it can sometimes just feel like a textbook. Like your textbook on calculus that you had in high school or whatever. It just feels like they're throwing a bunch of words at you. And although you know all of those words, when they string them together in a certain way, you have absolutely no idea what they're talking about. Those kinds of music theory books, I don't like those. I'm sure they have information in there that I could use, but man, just write a better book. I'm not here to learn the scientific reason why major thirds are awesome and minor seconds aren't. I don't care about that. What I care about is how to do it. Which is why books by Rimsky-Korsakov on music composition and theory are so nice to start with. Because Mr. Rimsky-Korsakov, he does not beat around the bush. He just straight up tells you what he thinks about harmony. Gives you lots of diagrams, all that kind of stuff. And he does give paragraphs, but he gives lots of examples to back them up. And he's very easy to digest. I know some people don't really like Korsakov's music, but that man knew what he was talking about. Even music theory for dummies is something that bored me. Dang. I think it'd be much more interesting if like a teacher taught you, like a YouTube video. If someone's just a good like professor, like an interesting professor in general, or it doesn't even have to be a professor, it could just be like a guy that you like, and they teach you music. That would be far more interesting than some of these books. Network issues on your end? Oh, is it? This is so sad. I'm even using wired internet. I'm running a speed test right now. Speed test while I'm streaming. This is a great idea. Go! I want to see where my ping's at. Man, I think I'm gonna need more water. As good as a Snickers is, this is very dehydrating. And I'm gonna be yapping for a couple of hours, basically. Nom nom nom. Okay, I'm gonna go get some water, I'll be back. Okay, my speed test results weren't that bad. I guess. I mean, I don't know. Who knows? The internet is a magical thing. Ice cold water. Beautiful. Okay. Now that I've eaten an entire Snickers, I'm ready to do a stream. This is perfect. How long has it go since I clicked the go live button? What was it? 10 minutes? Great. Did you enjoy your Snickers? Oh, yes I did. It was a thing of beauty. Now I've got peanut butter chocolate all over my teeth. Let's do it. Okay. So first let me talk about the books that I picked up. I couldn't find like a PDF of them or anything, and maybe you guys can, but I didn't, because, well, I got the book from the library. And physical books have a much more interesting selection. And they're just nice to have. The pages are so yellow too, this book is so old. From the Harmony books that I picked up, I got rid of the ones that were too boring. Got rid of the ones that didn't seem very practical. And I got the ones that I think are interesting. So I got two books in front of me. The first one is New Harmonic Devices by Horace Allen Miller. Let's see if I can find like an edition or something. Blah 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 blah. Index. That's not helpful. I'm trying to look for a copyright. There's no copyright. Great. Amazing. Okay, and the other book is... I dropped the book. You've got to be kidding me. How did I manage to drop a library book? And this other book is, I get the full title, A Study of 20th Century Harmony by Renee Lenormand. What a name. Lenormand. I think we'll start with this one, because I think it's the more interesting of the two. Okay. So, I think this book is going to be interesting because title's a little bit misleading. It's not necessarily, well, it is a study of 20th century harmony, but it's a part of a series, and the first part of the series is not 20th century harmony. You also play the notes sometimes when you read the book because I don't understand any notes chords. I can't look at chords and just understand what they mean either, which is why I have MuseScore pulled up here so I can put in some of the examples. I also have my MIDI keyboard, but I haven't actually hooked it up to anything, so it's just sitting on my desk. Okay. I'm going to skip the preface because generally those are pretty boring. Unless you're... Also, it has a ton of footnotes. Oh my gosh. The prefaces in this book, they take up more space than the preface itself. Oh my goodness. The preface is like 2/3 of every page. What the heck? Or the preface footnotes. Okay. The preface is usually like the author being like, blah 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 blah, this is a book about harmony, and this is why you should care about harmony, and this is why I hate all the other guys that are writing books about harmony. And this is why you should read my book instead of theirs. That's basically what these prefaces amount to. Okay. Explanatory notes, this is kind of important. So, again, just for this is a study of 20th century harmony by Renee Lenormand. Let me begin reading. Explanatory notes. In order to not I already screwed up the first 3 words. In order not to multiply beyond measure the number of our quotations, we had intended to confine our choice to the most typical examples met with in works themselves considered as typical. On consideration, we have adopted the plan of consulting a large number of works in order to evoke more completely the atmosphere in which the modern French school lives and moves. So that's the scope of this book. It's not necessarily 20th century harmony. It's 20th century French harmony. And this book was not written like at the end of the 20th century, like as a retrospective. This book came out before World War I. So the 20th century had only existed for like 10 years. But nevertheless, it's called 20th century harmony. But it's still interesting because it's the harmony of early 1900s France. That's a very fascinating time for harmony. Here is in alphabetical order a list of composers whose works are quoted. So Louis Albert, I'm gonna absolutely destroy these guys' names. Alfred Bruneau, Caplet, Chabrier, Chaussen, Debussy, Ducasse, Dupont, Fanelli, Fauré, Georges, how do I say that guy's name? Houré, Dandy, Coquelin, Lenormand. Hey, hold on, that's the author of this book. Moray, Moreau, Ravel, Roussel, Rousseau, Saint-Saëns, Satie, Schmidt, de Séverac, and Woulet. I think I pronounced all of those very correctly. A guy didn't know what the world would go through in the 20th century. So true. The other book that I have is much wider in scope. But this one's a bit more narrow in scope, and I thought it'd be more interesting to look at. We have no intention of proposing a new system or of writing a treatise on harmony. Schoenberg. We merely present a collection of examples which we have explained thus far through the medium of the earlier technique. Okay. I can't really show you guys any of these examples without like me writing them myself. Okay, so this book really caught my attention because of chapter 1, okay? And that's how you know it was going to be a good read. Chapter 1, two or more consecutive fifths by similar and conjunct motion. These are forbidden, say the treatises of harmony in use to -day. They do not explain why a composer should write two or more consecutive fifths in similar and conjunct motion if these fifths correspond with a musical intention which cannot be realized without their occurrence. Okay, so basically what that first paragraph means is, why are parallel fifths banned? And what does that even mean? They tell us that parallel fifths are banned, but they never tell us why. Now, just in case you guys are also asking that question yourself, this is why parallel fifths are a no-no. So, when all of this harmony schmarmony stuff was being invented, I break the rules, so I'll use them. I mean, I think you need to first understand why that rule even exists in the first place before you go about breaking it. Because it's a very useful rule for the reason that the people invented that rule. It's not like that's a forbidden thing in music just because someone thought it would be funny. It's because of counterpoint. And this is something that, of course, was being focused on in the Baroque era because it was counterpoint. But also before then, in like the Renaissance, is because when people started adding more voices to music, and they had multiple melodies playing on top of each other, they wanted to be able to hear both of those melodies at the same time, right? If you're writing for two melodies, you want them to be heard equally. Or, you at least want both of them to be heard. So when you have two voices playing at the same time, you need to, in order to hear both of the melodies separately, they put some rules in place so that you would better be able to hear those rules separately, or those voices separately. But when you write parallel fifths, because of the nature of the perfect fifth and also the octave, when you have two voices playing in consecutive parallel fifths or consecutive octaves, the independence of the two voices is lost, as opposed to if you wrote the voices in contrary motion, as is the standard practice when you're writing counterpoint, you're able to hear the two voices very easily. But when you write fifths, or if you write octaves, the independence of those two voices becomes lost, especially in the octaves, but also especially in the fifths, because something about the parallel fifths just has it so that those two voices kind of meld together, and they don't really feel like two voices anymore. Same as with the octaves, it just sounds like one note. It's just a kind of a wide note, but that's the reason why these parallel fifths and parallel octaves were banned, is because for this very specific reason in which you want to hear both of the melodies happening at the same time, this consecutive perfect fifth would disallow that. You wouldn't hear that. And generally when you're writing for like multiple instruments, like a string quartet, it seems like maybe if you're just writing a bunch of chords, you shouldn't really care about that because you're not necessarily trying to hear the voices independently when you're writing just a bunch of chords. And that's true for something like orchestral writing. I would still argue for the use of them, generally. And my reason is because having all of the instruments, even if you're not supposed to be hearing the voices independently, it's still a good rule to follow, because it leads to a nice, thicker orchestral sound. When you have multiple voices playing independently, even if they meld together into one big orchestral sound, it still will give a fuller sound, especially if you're moving from chord to chord to chord to chord. It will feel different if people press one of the keys more softly, hardly. That's true. But still, like if you're writing a fugue or something, or even if you're just writing normal counterpoint, where one voice is piano and one voice is forte, you still, like, if even then, like, when you listen to a fugue, you emphasize the subject, right? Like the main melody, the themes that is played in forte, and then the rest of the voices are playing in piano. You still want to be able to hear those lower voices and their independence and their melodies, which is why you do not write parallel fifths. And I know some people will tell you, like, oh, guys, even Bach used parallel fifths and Mozart and yada yada. And while that's true, when we read Fuchs, he made a point that sometimes it's just completely unavoidable to use parallel fifths and parallel octaves. But if you want to write the most voice-independent music that you can, which is what they wanted to do during the Baroque era and some of the classical era, then they forbade parallel fifths and octaves. Parallel fourths are a little more okay, but they try to encourage you not to use them too much. And I think that rule was kind of lost, or the reason for the rule was kind of lost, and teachers just kept on preaching that you're not allowed to use parallel fifths, and nobody really understood why. So that's why. But this book will tell you how great composers have used parallel fifths. It seems that the feeling of repose evoked by that interval, it's a consonance, which requires nothing after it, must secure it against any very free movement. Without attaching too much importance to the fact, it is not without use to remember that the fifth is the third of the harmonic series. Thus, a somewhat refined ear can distinguish quite clearly the third harmonic. Consequently, each time that a composer sounds two notes or on conjunct degrees, he sounds at the same time two consecutive fifths by similar and conjunct motion. Okay, what about parallel suspended? I don't think I've ever used or seen a parallel suspended chord, although I guess if you want to, you can do that. Okay. So basically what that paragraph I read is I'm not gonna lie, it sounds like a bunch of nonsense, but basically what he's saying is that because of the way overtones work, overtones work like this, right? There's like when you play one note, there's a bunch of other tones that you can kind of hear on top of it. So the first, this is the first one, and then the second is an octave above, and the third one is a fifth above that. And then he says when you play two notes in series, you're also hearing these overtones which are working in fifths, which, by the way, that just sounds like a bunch of crap. I mean, I guess you are doing that, but I don't know why you should care. This is a quote-unquote indication that is not without value relative to the possibility of using fifths with the bass. There should be no confusion of the natural harmonic we speak with the artificial harmonics of the mutation stops of the organ. I'm not gonna lie, I read that out loud and I have no idea what that's supposed to mean. Besides, fifths have always been written as that. What is that even supposed to mean? Okay. Our voices never technically have other harmonies, so technically we are a single man-woman choir. Sure. Justin Bieber's his own choir, baby. In the Middle Ages, all the chants and melodies were accompanied at the fifth or at the fourth. The different combinations which they formed were designated by the general name of organum. On this subject, Hubald wrote... Is that really his name? Oh, it's Hucbald. His name is Hucbald. Wrote with enthusiasm, "You will see a suave harmony born of this combination." Okay, interesting. So, in the Middle Ages, he says parallel fifths were used very often as accompaniments. Let me write, man. I don't have like a... Okay. Let me write down what this example shows. I think it will be fascinating. Actually, I guess I could just... Hold on. What kind of a melody is this? What? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This is the melody that they gave as an example. I'm absolutely not kidding. Oh, guys, I'm so glad that the Middle Ages were championing parallel fifths. Oh, what a melody. Hold on, let's see if I can write the lyrics down just so you guys get the full idea. This is human music from Rick and Morty. I mean, it is, technically. Can you... What? No. It says, non qui vimus benedicimus domi... Oh, wait, hold on. Wait, hold on, I got something wrong. Vivimus benedicimus domi. Maybe I wrote in one too many DAs. Uh-oh. Non qui vivimus benedicimus domino. Oh no, I'm so sad. My parallel fifths exercise. You know what, just for full effect, I'm gonna replace the sound with the choir sound, so you guys can get the full choir experience. You know what? Parallel fifths all the way, baby. Thank you, Middle Ages. Oh wait, they give another example. Okay. I mean, it's not as stupid as the first one, but oh my goodness, these Middle Ages composers, these guys suck. Oh, you guys ready for this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. E, C, B, A. Oh, what a beautiful melody. It's this. Alright, what fascinating music you have presented for me today, Mr. What the heck was your name? Lenormand. What a name. Okay, so basically, parallel fifths and fourths were around in the Middle Ages because of melodies like that. Maybe it was a good thing that we moved away from parallel fifths. What was that? that was no wonder Bach was so adamant towards not using parallel fifths, because that sounds awful. It was one of those things where lyrics, human voices is given more importance. I dislike such music since all the way. Dang. I like choir music sometimes, and I think a choir can add a lot. But not that. I don't know what the heck that was supposed to be. Little by little, consecutive fifths were abandoned. Wow, thank God. And at the commencement of the 14th century, we find them forbidden by Jean de Maurice. I don't know who that is. We must say that Gevaert has attributed their first prohibition to Tinctorus. Your name is not Tinctorus. That sounds like a toy. In the 15th century. Nevertheless, Jean de Maurice is very explicit with regard to successive fifths. The masters of the period which immediately preceded our own have carefully avoided them. Nevertheless, here are a few authors in whose works some are not to be met with. We may quote the following examples. Okay. Interesting. Here he quotes Rossini and William Tell, Beethoven, Eroica, and Schumann, Opus 26. Okay. So let's see. Basically, I mean, I'm not sure if I can play a. I don't. It doesn't give me like measure numbers for this segment of the Eroica Symphony. So, what's the book? This is a study of 20th century harmony by Renee Lenormand. Lenormand. I don't know if I can't really tell you like an edition number. That's not really printed on here. It says it was. I don't know. Okay, whatever. Let me see if I can spot the parallel fifths here that he mentioned in that are apparently in the Eroica Symphony. Are the parallel fifths in the room with us? You know, I'm just going to take it on his word that Beethoven wrote parallel fifths. Here are some fragments of modern works. The successions of fifths here are used under the conditions which are summarized at the end of the chapter. Okay. Okay, so first of all, he gives a quotation, like a whatchamacallit, a cadence from Debussy's music. So let me put in the key signature. Oh wait, hold on, I forgot I was in choir. Let's replace you with like a nice string patch, maybe. I'll just do cellos. Thank you, Debussy. Man, this putting library books in my lap. They're gonna all slide off. Okay, so there are very clear parallel fifths happening. That does sound very Debussy, though. The fifth double proceeds by a contrary motion, several consecutive fifths by disjunct motion. The Bussy, that is his name. You're right. Okay, and oh my gosh, I have to. I'm like putting my phone onto the book so that it doesn't like close itself and fall over. 'Cause I don't have very much desk space, so I have to like look down and. Oh my gosh. Okay, so basically this example goes. I think I should just go back to piano for this one. Debussy uses parallel fifths in the case of. Seems to be in 3/4. Okay, whatever. It's not that it matters. Wait a second. Wait, what? Oh, it's a triplets? Wait, like this. Okay, I see. That confused me for a sec. Triplet here. Wait a second. No, it's a triplet like this. And this is a passage in. It says it's in 3/4, but I see 2 beats. What gives? All right, whatever. Okay. This is what the example looks like. I don't like that, but whatever. He says that this is from Debussy Lento. That's not helpful. It's from Chansons de Billetis. I think I pronounced that very correctly. Anyway, it sounds like this. Oh wait, it's Lento. That does sound exactly like something like Debussy would write, though. So. It's like a very split open chord here. Down 4, up 3. That is very awesome. And I'm not sure what rules they identified in Debussy's music here. Also something there. It says study of modern harmony. Okay, these are just a bunch of examples. Anyway, yeah, he just gives a bunch of examples of parallel fifths being used. I don't have like a keyboard in front of me right now to play these for you, so I would just have to transcribe all of them. Just get to the point. Deductions. Okay. Without any intention of formulating new rules, we may, by generalizing from the foregoing instances... Can you stop using such big words? Not that I can't understand them, they just really tick me off. Deduce the following indications having special relation to the modern style. Okay, translation in English. Those are examples. Let me tell you what they mean. There, I summarized it for you, idiots. 2 or more fifths in succession, in similar and conjugate motion, are readily used in the lowest parts, in the 2 lowest parts, so the tenor and the bass. Consecutive fifths are generally permitted there, or permitted by these guys, where the upper parts proceed by contrary or oblique motion. Yeah, so generally this is not an example that has that, but like the parallel fifths will usually appear down here in the bottom, and then usually the melody will go in contrary motion to these things. The road is long by words but short by example unless you have to notate it in Dorico. Simplistic text please, these boomers talk like people with wigs. That's what I'm here for. I'm gonna try and digest it and then spit it back out to you in a way that actually makes sense. Although I guess I might be losing something and misinterpreting it. In which case I guess you just have to read the book yourself, but hopefully my interpretation is at least useful. Okay. So actually, or no, he summarizes the points at the end. So, because what I did when I read through Principles of Orchestration is that I took like musical notes along the way, not like notes, but like you know when you're sitting down in a lecture and you're taking notes, that kind of notes. I was writing notes along the way and writing like good and bad examples of the rules that they gave, which is what I plan to do here. And I was gonna do it, but I think I'm just gonna read the book first, and then maybe show some examples that he gives, and then just tell you. And then when we come to the end of the chapter with the summary, I will write down the stuff. Hello, Shirgi. What's up? What it do? Anyway, time to continue reading. Okay. They are also used in the 2 lowest parts, accompanied by similar motion in all the parts. The suggestions of fifths are generally short, and will be so much the better if some precautions are taken as to the mode of approaching and leaving them. Okay, so basically what that means is, first of all, we can use parallel fifths in the bottom 2 notes, but if the parallel fifths happen in all of the notes, then that generally won't happen for a very long time, like maybe 2 or 3 consecutive fifths in all the voices. And it will sound good as long as you do the following. 1. The last fifth approached by disjunct motion with a note in common between the chords. Approached by disjunct motion with a note in common between the chords. I'm not sure exactly what he means by disjunct motion. Is that like... Why have I not heard that term before? And I also, for some reason, can't come up with context clues as to what's that supposed to mean. Is disjunct motion just like contrary motion? That doesn't make sense for parallel fifths. More people should read books in a live stream. I was actually thinking of reading philosophy on stream and reading the book, reading through all of the pretentious dialogue and trying to come up with a summary on stream, and maybe you guys would learn something, or maybe you would help me understand. I always thought that would be fun. I just haven't done that. But I always thought that might be kind of fun. Movement by a leap of a third is called disjunct movement. Okay, that makes sense. So conjunct, I guess, basically means Yeah, close distance, and then like disjunct is a third or above, like leap. So yeah. So this is conjunct motion and this is disjunct motion. Philosophy would be more comical, live chat would be lively. Nice. I would really enjoy that, but I feel like it's only as enjoyable as you guys make it enjoyable. And by that I mean, don't come in here swinging with anything that's particularly disrespectful. I can understand having a hot take, and that's all philosophy is just having hot takes, but I have a feeling it might break down. That's what I'm afraid of. Because of course we are going, I feel like I'm going to heavily disagree with a lot of you, and you're going to heavily disagree with each other, which is fine, but you just have to be nice about it. You go to music school? Nope. I am not a composition student, and I never was. So that's why I'm reading this, so I can figure it out. Thank goodness we have libraries. You can learn anything with the library. Okay. So let me read that first rule again. You play, I used to. I used to play as a pianist, and then I stopped. The last fifth approached by disjunct motion with a note in common between the chords. Okay. So I'm actually going to write an example, even though I said I wouldn't. Okay, I really like this key, but I'm going to change it to something that's more easy to read. Let's do G major. Or, I guess I just have to do C major, just to make it super duper easy on us. So, let me rephrase this. Rule 1 for writing parallel fifths. You guys ready? These are the rules for writing parallel fifths. First of all, let me actually do it like this. 2 or more fifths in succession and somewhere in conjunct motion are readily used in the lowest parts. I thought it was Dorico for a sec. Dang. Parallel, that's not how you spell parallel. Parallel fifths are readily used, I'll just say, can be used in the lower 2 voices. And the upper voices move in contrary motion. Period. Alright, easy peasy. That's the first rule of writing parallel fifths. I was gonna like bold it or something, but Dorico's a notation program just cost like $500. I ain't paying $500 for a program where I write notes in. Probably isn't even that good. Okay. Let's write like a chord progression with this. What's like a funky chord progression that we can use here? This is something like what Debussy did with this jump here. You can get a pirated copy of MuseScore. How can you pirate MuseScore? It's free. How does that even work? And then this is a whatchamacallit. Let's have some interesting harmony going on here. It's not interesting. Okay. I guess you should move down to illustrate this point. What a chord progression. Can I make it slower, please? Tempo. Make it like andante. Move it out of the way, it's not important. A little slower, please. Or, what am I doing? That's a lot more interesting sounding. Okay, so basically what I've done is I have followed this rule. The parallel fifths are being used in the lower two voices. And can I write like lines here? Hold on. I think there are lines available here. No, those are the wrong kind of lines. There are glyphs lines. That's kind of fun. I actually really like that. That's so goofy. That's not why I'm using these lines. I'm using these lines for this. Why do you say glyphs now? Properties. Don't show text. Don't play them. They're just there for show. Alright, beautiful progression. Let me repeat that. Parallel fifths can be used in the lower two voices. There you go, those are parallel fifths. And the upper voices move in contrary motion. So I try to obey that rule. So these voices are moving in I guess there's an extra third voice here that I didn't include here. I guess I'll fill it in. There you go, beautiful. Okay. So these voices are moving down, these voices move up, this voice moves up, these guys move down. Okay. This is the right hand in contrary motion to the left hand, you avoid parallel fifths most of the time. I mean, I guess. Not really the point here though, I think. Can I make this example wider? How do I make this wider? Let me add a... I know you can do this. Here, let me just add a separation. Where is layout? Layout here. Doink. Oh my gosh. How do I make it so that it doesn't do that? I should probably save this file though. You guys want to look at my files again? I do this like every stream. I'm gonna call this French Harmony Notes. Style. How do I make it so that it doesn't stretch all the way to the end? I don't even know if that's a setting I can change. Measures? Pages? Whoa, system dividers. Oh, wow. Bracket distance, notes, bar lines, fermatas, staff text, system text, not... Oh, there are so many things I can edit and I don't know what to do. System header, accidentals, bar lines, notes, header and footer. How do I not do this? Disable the vertical justification of staves. I don't care about that. Who needs that? How do I make it so that the staff doesn't fill the whole dang page? I don't even know if that's possible to do. I just want to know if it is. Don't indent. Can you not do that, please? Pretty please, might I not have such a stretched example? I guess I could have more examples. You know, I could just do that. Let's write another example. Why did you insert there? Let's just write more examples to fill in the space. Okay. I shall put bar lines. Doink. To select a measure and go to properties, you can force them to go up and down a stave and delete the arrow. Well, I want to... See, I put the arrow in so I could have, like... So I could, like, have a rule per line here and be nice and, Didn't I say to disable the indent? Oh my goodness. Stop indenting. Stop it. Measures. Where was that even again? I don't even remember where it was. Oh no. Which one was it? Measure numbers. I don't need those. Header, sizes, page. There. Didn't I apply the style? Did I Control Z out of it? I probably Control Z out of it. Okay. Let's write another example. What kind of cadence do I want to write? I mean, it's a C major one. Let's go to G major. Let's be interesting. Let's do something like this, maybe. Moving to 5. What kind of cool progression can I do? Maybe... And then let's have some voices play some stuff up here. Oh, you guys need to play in... That's right, I said you were going to play in, whatchamacallit, contrary motion, just to really outline the example. And you guys share some tones. Because of the way I wrote these chords in. I don't like how loud the bass is. No, let's just keep this. So I'm gonna point out the parallel fifths that I wrote here. Oh my gosh. Select these lines. There you go. So once again, those are parallel fifths moving in the bass and the lower. I guess this doesn't count as a lower voice, but it's doubling this, so whatever. You know what? Just to remove confusion, I'll get rid of these. And the upper voices move in contrary motion. So while these guys move down, these guys are moving up, and then while these guys move up, these guys move back down. If you want to know how I came up with this progression, this is just 6, 3, 5. This is a simple 2, 5, 1. And this is a 6. I pressed the wrong button. 3 and 5. Why does this progression work? Don't ask me, I've explained 1,000 times. Okay, next rule. The fifths proceeding by similar and conjugate motion. Oh wait, no. You're also using the two lowest parts, accompanied by similar motion in all the other parts. So this is the next rule when you're writing parallel fifths in multiple voices. These suggestions of fifths are generally short, and will be so much the better if some precautions are taken as to the mode of approaching them. So basically, it says that there are some rules if you're writing parallel fifths and also the other voices are moved in similar motion. Well, not rules, but like, it will, quote, will be made so much the better. What a phrase. I know this guy was originally French, so whatever. I think it's an English translation by someone. We could have written it at least a little better. What is so much the better? The last fifth accompanied by disjunct motion with a note in common between the chords. The last fifth approached by disjunct motion. Okay, let me once again do something like this so I can have like 2 examples here for my bar lines. Blink. So let's just take the same thing again. So if we write in, if we want to move all the voices in similar motion with the other voices, the parallel fifths must be approached by disjunct motion. That's what we did here. There's disjunct motion here, with a note in common between the chords. A note in common between the chords. Doesn't say a note in common between the parallel fifths, mind you, and I know this G and C share this G note, so that should be pretty easy, I guess. I'll just copy this first chord. You guys hear that? Those noise. Okay, so if I want to write you guys in similar motion, I need to keep a common tone between you, which I guess is this F, which would make it a major, or not a major 7, just a normal 7th chord. Like that, and then let's write some extensions here to make it interesting though. And then no, keep that nice 9th there. Okay, so I'll write some ties here. So here are some other rules for writing parallel fifths. Let's say if the upper voices move in similar motion, the chords should share notes, or should share a common note, or share a common, that's should share a note. Maybe try. So you can see this 2 chord I wrote in shares this 2 here, and this 5 I wrote shares a note in common with this 1 here. So I don't really know why. Also, there are more rules. That's just one. The fifths proceeding by similar and conjugate motion, the last fifth accompanied by some contrary motion in the upper parts. Okay. That's not something we did here. But that is something I did here. This is a really contrary motion, and this is definitely not a contrary motion. If I did like that, but I think we need that B there. Okay, hold on. Thinking about these rules here. Okay, this should be fine. Maybe I should replace it with another kind of patch instead of piano. Let's just do like a normal string one. I don't just have strings, period. I could do horns, or something. No, let's do strings. Strings are the most like general sounding ones. And can I have a different one? Yeah, that sounds nice. Pretty, okay. So, let me right here, there are some rules. The chords should share a note with each other. Should be some contrary motion in the upper voice. And, hold on, you guys are kind of encroaching on each other's territory here. Whoopsies. There should be a thing in layout. Or I guess I can just... Nah, let's just do layout. Where's layout? Here. There should be like a spacer. There you go. Perfect. Okay. And Rule 3, successions of fifths which terminate by similar motion are met with, but they are more rarely found. Okay, fair enough. Also, I realize that you guys aren't moving in similar motion anymore. You guys are moving in contrary motion now. Dang it! Hold on, that can change, that can change. I'm surprised the cello even has this note here. Dang it, I don't just have generic string patch, I just have instruments. This sucks. Maybe clarinets. No, I wanna keep this. Viola doesn't have this note, but whatever. Nah, cello sounded nicer. Let's just bring back the cello sound. Bye-bye now. Alright, I'll see you later. Wasn't I supposed to keep a common tone between you guys? Keep that, I guess. Man, writing parallel fifths is harder work than I thought it would be. Okay. I did say there should be some contrary motion in the upper voice, which is not what's happening here. There you go. Okay. Just remember when the fifth and parallel, the biffs are parallel. No comment. Okay, so now we have the chords are sharing a note with each other. Check. I guess we're sharing two notes with each other here. There should be some contrary motion in upper voice. Check. And successions of fifths which terminate by similar motion are met with, but they are more rarely found. I guess basically it says if you're writing a bunch of parallel fifths with each other, usually the chord progression that has a lot of parallel fifths is an end with a parallel fifth with similar motion. But it can. I don't think that's really that important of a rule. Using the upper parts, they may be presented in two ways. Bare fifths. Okay. They are thus very prominent, and a number cannot be heard in succession without monotony. An alteration with the other intervals, that effect is modified. Okay. So basically what he says there is that... Okay, wait, no. Before I get to that, let's write in another example here. Let me just copy-paste this, and then we'll edit it. So, using similar motion here, see how this moves in similar motion here. You don't move in similar motion, though. Maybe you should move in similar motion. Sure. I kind of like that E, but that's fine. It's just for example. That's a very cool progression. Nice job, me. Okay, so how do I do this? Similar motion, you have to move down. The chords should share a note with each other. I guess I could do like this. You guys are sharing this note. There should be contrary motion in the upper voice. Dang it. And maybe like this. That's quite a pretty progression, I think. Okay. So the chords share a note with each other. There is similar motion happening in these chords. So you can see, well, this voice moves up because there's contrary motion here, but these guys are moving a similar motion, you move in similar motion, you move in similar motion, you share a note, you share a note, but here they're moving back in similar motion, and you move by contrary motion. Okay. So now we have obeyed the rules of parallel fifths. That's pretty cool, right? Alright. And let's write a new sentence here. Fifths used in the upper voices, and then what do they say next? May be presented in two ways. Bare fifths. They are thus very prominent. So basically, I guess what he means is just putting the straight parallel fifth in the treble portions. And you cannot use too many of these without them sounding boring, is basically what he said there. And the number cannot be heard in succession without monotony. Basically what that means, don't put a bunch of parallel fifths in the treble, because it'll sound boring. And, you know, I'm gonna have to agree with you. Like, in the bass, I think it sounds okay. I miss the obey part, so I'll still break the rules. It's like when you daydream doing class. Dang. I'm trying to obey the rules just so you guys have like a cheat sheet to work. That's like why I have this, so you guys can, like, eventually I'll just like post this in my server or something and you can use this to how you want. And use my examples however you want. Okay. An alteration with other intervals that effect is modified. What do you mean? An alteration with other intervals that effect is modified. If the third is added, a succession of chords of 3 notes in root position is given. If the third is added, a succession of chords of 3 notes in root position is given. The adding of the lower octave of the fifth gives the chord a disposition specially suited to the pianoforte and of great sonority. What does that mean? If the third is added, so if you're writing chords of parallel fifths with the parallel fifths being in the octave, and there was a third, if a third is added where? I don't know. A succession of chords of 3 notes in root position is given. Oh. Okay, so basically all of that to say, if you have parallel fifths, if you add the third, you get that. That's all. I don't know why I couldn't just give an example for that one. The adding of the lower octave of the fifth of the chord gives a disposition specially suited to the pianoforte. Okay, so if you write this, if you write the fifth in the bass, this will sound especially good on the piano, apparently. If I... whatchamacallit? Right, change instruments. Text. Change inster... piano. Not pano. Piano. That's not a piano. Where's the piano? Is the piano in the room with us right now? Okay, well... That's supposed to have great sonority. I mean, sure. This doesn't really seem like something I should write a whole example for. I'll just make like a footnote. There you go. That's like my footnotes. Should not be used too often, because they will sound monotonous. Okay. Actually, hold on. There are more rules here. Fifths are of good effect in the inner parts, particularly when they are associated with contrary motion in the other parts. If they result from chords of the sixth and third, with the parts doubled, a combination practice for many years, they lose some of their character. That's actually something that Rimsky-Korsakov, I remember talking about, is that if you have parallel fifths, because you're writing chords of thirds, or chords of sixths, I should say, so... if we write here... and you duplicate these an octave above... Whoopsies. What? No, duplicate the whole chord. You can see here that... hold on. These are chords of six, because there's a sixth here. And if you double these, there will be a parallel fifth. You can see here. There's a parallel fifth happening. But, as Mr. Korsakov stated out when I was reading his book, this is not a problem. This is fine. No one cares about this. No one's gonna notice it. It's fine if you write like this. But he says here that if you want to include the parallel fifth and you want to make it known, doing it like that, you're not really going to hear the parallel fifth. It's going to be hard to discern it. I'll remove this. This is kind of... it's kind of not important. Let me reread this paragraph. Fifths are good in the... are of good effect in the inner parts, particularly when they're actually... okay. I'll just keep that. Let's have another rule here. Parallel fifths sound nice in inner voices. I shouldn't say sound nice. Can be used. Let's be a little bit more objective. In inner voices, I mean, they say are of good effect, so I guess whatever. Particularly when they were associated with contrary motion in the other parts. They sound nice in inner voices. And the other voices move in contrary motion. Contrary motion. Okay. They're more rarely used when the extreme parts by similar motion between the chords. Wait, what? They are more rarely used between the extreme parts by similar motion in all the parts. I feel like I know what that sentence is, but for some reason I can't articulate it. They are more rarely used between the extreme parts by similar motion. They are more rarely used between the extreme parts by similar motion in all the parts. Okay, so basically what that means is this contrary, if you replace that with the word similar, this is more rare. But if you replace it with the word contrary, that's pretty common, bro. That's A-okay. But if you write similar here, that's a little weird. That's basically what that said. I don't know why I was so confused by that one, but there you go. Let me again have a spacer here, just to be safe. Oops. There you go. So now, I guess we're gonna have this progression, but these fifths are gonna move, and these fifths are gonna move as the inner voices, so let's see. How's this gonna work? I guess that the inner voices doesn't necessarily mean the bass voices. Hold on, let me just rewrite this. So this 2 chord, let's have Okay, wait. So if I want a parallel fifth here, then the other voices should move in contrary motion. So you move down, the parallel fifth moves up, and therefore you also move down. I'm actually gonna double this voice here. Actually, no, it's already doubled. Never mind, just stay there then. And then this parallel fifth needs to move down. And then you have to move by contrary motion. I guess you don't have to, but let's do that. There you go. That's kind of empty sounding, but mostly because this chord isn't very filled in. Are there any other fifths here? There's this fifth. I could move it like that. And then I could have this chord be something like this. Or the parallel fifth moves down. So I want the other voices to move upwards, like this. And that works. Okay, that bottom note sounded better, but whatever, this is for example. Okay, so glissando line, boink. You're not actually used for glissando, you're just used for effects. There you go, or just to show stuff. Beautiful. Get rid of the text, also don't play it. Okay. So we have this example here, parallel fifths moving in the inner voices, and the other dudes are moving in contrary motion. So this parallel fifth is moving upwards, the other voices are moving downwards, and then this parallel fifth is moving downwards, so the other voices are moving upwards. So that voice move upwards. Okay, example number 2, bar line, doink. Let's write in this. Excuse me. That's barely a 6 chord, I'm not gonna lie. There's 6s hardly sounding in this one. But I don't care. Let's have this fifth move upwards. Okay, so let's make sure we know where the parallel fifths are. You go here. Doink, doink. Pop, pop. And then... Wait a second, I did this wrong. The parallel fifths, if they move upwards, the other voices ought to move downward, which is not what I wrote in here. I need to space this further apart. No, keep that third, or the E. And then the parallel fifth should move downwards here. And the other voices will move upwards. That works. So you... Doink. I guess it doesn't have to be in these voices. Could be in other voices. None of these other voices are having fifths, though. Or you are. Hold on. Okay, I could move you guys to be like this. That'd be a bit more satisfying, I think. And then you move down here. So, since you guys are going down, all y'all are folks ought to move up. Up north, y'all are going. So, you move up, you can kind of stay. I don't like that A. Keep it at G. Can you do a whole stream in a mediocre country accent? I sure can. Okay. So basically what's happening is that... Man, excuse me, I'm gonna need some water. I know you can't see the water, but I don't care about that. So, basically what's going on is when I have these parallel fifths moving in the F and C and moving to the G and the D. Here from the 6th chord to the 3 chord. Excuse me. These two voices move in the middle are moving upwards, and therefore all these other voices ought to move downwards. And when I have these voices here in the middle, making a perfect fifth, I want them to move downwards in my next chord. So all the other fifths, or sorry, all the other voices are moving upwards. Moving up north. So I think it satisfies the rules that I put in place. Let's see what's next. What's my next rule? They're more rarely used between the extreme parts, blah, blah, blah. By distinct motion, they are readily used with notes in common between the chords. So basically what they're saying is that if you have disjunct motion in the parallel fifths, or maybe, yeah, just disjunct motion in the parallel fifths, the chords usually will have notes in common with each other, which is something that we discussed over here. Chromatic fifths may freely be used. Okay, I think what they mean by chromatic fifths is something like this. This is a perfect fifth, and this is technically a parallel fifth, but this is not a perfect fifth. This is a tritone. So that's I think what they mean by a chromatic fifth. Doesn't necessarily have to be a perfect fifth. It's just a fifth. If a long succession of fifths is given in the lower parts, hold on, this text is like going into the crease. I'm having to like hold the book weirdly to read it. Goodness gravy. If a long succession of fifths is given in the lower parts, they cease to form a part of the harmonic tissue. What? If a long succession of fifths is given in the lower parts, they cease to form a part of the harmonic tissue. What is that even supposed to mean? That's not even like this is a difficultly worded passage. Like, what is a harmonic tissue? I think it means non-diatonic. Oh, that works too. Built on a chromatic scale. Sure. I'm not sure if my examples here really lend themselves to chromatic. I mean, of course they lend themselves to chromaticism, but I don't know about chromatic fifths. None of these really seem like they would be super chromatic. I'd have to write a new progression, but I kind of want to write a chromatic parallel fifth progression, which when I say that out loud sounds like a bunch of pretentious nonsense, but that's what I'm going to do. Anyway. Let's see. What's like a nice chromatic progression. Let's do diminish 2. And diminish 2, let's go to a flat 2. I guess it's the same chord, but I want like I want something funky happening here. And then you should go to the 3 here. I want to see just how this sounds. Basically just cover a step in more than 2 chords with a perfect 5th above each. For example, nice. Okay, where's my parallel 5th gonna be? Let's have it in F and C here, maybe. Did it say anything about the extreme voices being used? It just says chromatic 5ths may freely be used. Use chromatic 5ths. Whatever you want. Maybe. That sounds better. Also, I don't really like how low that is. Oh well. Let's have a chromatic 5th here. If I move... That should be D and A flat to D flat A flat. That's not a chromatic 5th. Dang it. Maybe I should have just had a normal chord. I just wanted to add some chromaticism, so I put in some funky chords. Oh, what a chord. I mean, that's not really what I want. This hardly sounds like a major chord anymore. It's that there. As much as I like this 5th here, I think I need to choose another 5th. Excuse me. Yeah, I think I'll have to undiminish this. I'm sorry. Or maybe I could have a 4 instead. So we have a different chord. We can put D back here. Okay. Have like that, and then you move down. There's my beautiful chromatic 5th. And then let's have a 3 chord here. I think that's technically chromatic. You need chords of the same quality unless you want the 5ths to be in extensions. I've been using the 5ths in extensions a lot here. Like the C here isn't part of the D minor chord, but I just used it here. And also, it just sounds more interesting. A lot of my music doesn't use a whole lot of extensions. I just don't do that. But here I'm writing just a bunch of extensions. I'm chromatic #rainbow. Dang. I mean, clearly the voice leading rules are for chumps, so let's just write this how we want. Although I did say the voices will move better when they're in contrary motion, so I'll try to generally follow that rule. So I guess that means something like this. No, keep this. Excuse me. And then you guys move back up. So the other voices are going to move down. Not this guy though, unless you want to have like a jump. Nah, I prefer D flat here. This chord's a little empty. I guess maybe 3 isn't the right call here. Let's try 6. Just trying out a bunch of chords for funsies. I kind of like that chord, but it's not really helpful. I could move you guys downwards again like this. Yeah, that might be better. And then therefore you move like this. I guess you guys are clashing with each other now. That's fine. Means we'll come to the same voice, but that's okay. Beautiful. Chromatic fifths, awesome. Let's also modify this progression, I guess. Nope, destination to paste, screw you. Okay, also take the one with the fifths, please. Or, no, that's fine. I just want the progression. How do I modify this to be... Did I write my... Was this supposed to be 6? It's supposed to be 6, not 4. I wrote this incorrectly. Dang it. I'm quite fond of this chord here, so I will use it. I like that. And an E, I guess I wrote this 5th in. It's not a perfect 5th. Maybe a different chord would suffice here. Just do a normal, do a 2 chord. 2, like this. Man, I'm losing my voice. This is not good. I cannot be losing my voice. I'm a streamer. Is this the same chord that I wrote here? No, this is 4. And then I can move you guys downwards. That really doesn't sound as good as I hoped it would. Maybe this ought to be another chord. Let's do a minor 5. That might be fun. Minor 5 is whatchamacallit, G minor. So I can do something like this. This would have to be... Dang it, this would have to be down. Man, I don't know why I'm struggling so much with this exercise. I'm trying to write in some interesting chords here by adding chromaticisms. I could just add, C, D sharp, D, but I want to write like a satisfying progression just to prove it, just to prove that it works nicely. So I'm trying to come up with something here that is a satisfying chord progression, but also uses these chromatic fifths. Although this is a pretty radical chord, I like it. It needs some more flavor though. Add an E. That's better. But there's no perfect fifth here. I take that back. There's a perfect fifth here. If this is like this, then I guess I can have 2. I can replace this with 6 again. Just put that back at 6. And I guess this has to be a different thing. Just go back to 1 maybe. That's not 1. That isn't really chromatic. How do I make this more chromatic? If I flatten this, it will be chromatic. That chord is familiar. Like, that specific chord. I don't know why it sounds so familiar, but it sounds familiar. I know it's just this chord but lowered. But something about the quality of this one feels familiar. I could also raise this, which is very strange. Not sure what kind of chord that would make you. E, G flat, B. That doesn't sound like a very nice chord. Okay, I guess that'll work. That'll suffice. That's definitely a chromatic progression. Let us add the gliss. The samples he gives to the chromatic fifths are faster moving for passing harmonies, plus they just playing the whole chord moves in parallel motion. Dang, I see. You found some examples. They're faster moving. I'm gonna imagine they're faster moving. I'm just not like writing music right now. I'm just writing chords. I'd have to write more chord progressions though. I could also up the tempo. 130. But yeah, they might just be moved in passing. Reduce that. They may be used where the composer has definite aim. but they're still forbidden where they're the result of awkwardness or lack of skill in writing. A prohibition, moreover, which may be applied to any interval, whatever. Wait, what is that rule? So basically, the rule he gives here is that if you write parallel fifths, you have to have an aim when writing parallel fifths. But if you just suck at writing, then don't write them. That's the thing. He just said that. They are still forbidden whenever they are the result of awkwardness or lack of skill in writing. What a quote. So basically, you do it on purpose, it's okay. Well, yeah, but like, it's not just on purpose, it's also a lack of skill in writing or awkwardness. So basically, if you're writing parallel fifths, I think he means you have to justify it by making it sound good. Otherwise, it will just sound awkward and out of place, and that's when parallel fifths aren't good. Parallel fifths aren't good if you just suck at writing and you just wrote it in because you wanted to write it in, but you didn't justify its existence, and now it just sounds empty and dumb. Thanks. That's really helpful. Alright, let's add a spacer here. I guess I should add a title to this. Add text, title. Let's say early 20th century French Germany. And then the subtitle is, I guess I'll just write the name of the book. What page am I on? 13. It's from, whatchamacallit, A Study of 20th Century Harmony. By Renee. Does it look like there's two spaces here? Lenormand. Okay, there you go. Chapter 2. Ooh, I'm gonna like this. Chapter 2. Chords of the sevenths. Parallel fifths are okay if I think your vibes are of a swagful nature. I think that's basically what he said. A Study of Modern Harmony, Chapter 2. Okay, wait, hold on. What are the other chapters? This says chords of the seventh, but I'm not really interested in that. Like, seventh chords, I know what they are. Chords of the seventh, chords of the ninth, preparation of discords, notes foreign to the chords, passing notes, ornaments. Okay, so like chromaticism. Appoggiatura, ancient devices, bar lines, false relations, pedals, melodic intervals. To end a piece, that's a chapter, scales and tonality, the whole tone scale, and various harmonies, and a conclusion. Okay. I'm not sure if I'm going to write anything down for the chords of the seventh chapter. I feel like we all know what seventh chords are and how awesome they are. Same with ninths, but if he says something worth noting, then I shall point it out to you. Or you guys can point it out to me if I think it's not that important, but it actually is. Let me take a sip of water first. Maybe we should eat another Snickers. I like Snickers. One knows that... Okay, I immediately started reading and I lost myself. One knows that by resolving a chord of the seventh on a chord a fifth below... Oh, what he means is a perfect cadence. Okay. What is called the natural resolution is obtained. Under the name of exceptional resolutions, many others are used. What? Under the name of exceptional resolutions. So, other cadences? What do you mean under the name of exceptional resolutions? You could say, but in other cadences, many others are used, either by retaining a seventh, or by making it rise and fall by conjunct degrees, and proceeding to any other chord but that of a fifth below. We find the quote-unquote recipe for these resolutions in all treatises on harmony. The modern school has further enlarged the circle of these resolutions by making chords of the seventh move by similar and conjunct motion in all parts, ascending and descending. So basically what he's saying is writing parallel seventh chords, I guess. But in conjunct motion, so stepwise. We may add that, usual or exceptional, these resolutions may be made by the interchange of parts. What is that even supposed to mean? Interchange of parts? That sounds like a euphemism. Hey babe, you want to go into my room and have an interchange of parts? As we shall see, all modern authors write these successions. What successions? The successions of chords of sevenths moving in parallel motion. I mean, that is just called jazz, so they're not wrong. It's all seventh chords down there, and 13th chords. That's all jazz, baby. Okay, so there's an example by 4 right here. They're just parallel seventh chords. Okay. Just lots of examples, lots and lots of examples, but I'm sure you guys know what it would sound like. Okay. And then deductions. We cannot repeat too often that we have no intention of formulating the rules of a new technique. Okay, you said that at the beginning and the first chapter and now the second chapter. I could use an interchange of parts. I'm glad to know. Give me a second, please. Okay. So basically what they're saying is, please, we refer to these other composers that have used parallel fifths and weird seventh chords. Please, we're not trying to convince you that this is the way to do it. This is just what they're doing. We're not trying to reinvent the wheel here. Don't come after us. Don't write any letters. If you're gonna write letters, go write it to Foray. Go write it to Ravel. That's basically what they're saying. In saying that modern composers use successions of chords of the seventh under the following conditions, we limit ourselves to observed facts. 2 or more chords of the seventh of the first species. What? 2 or more chords of the seventh of the first species. The first species of what? They proceed by step, either of a tone or a semitone, and by similar motion in all the parts. Ascending or descending, either in reposition or their inversions. I don't know what he means by the first species, but basically I guess what he's saying is that you can use seventh chords in parallel motion, but you gotta do it stepwise. So, minor seconds or major seconds. No leg jumps, no skips. The chords of the seventh of the second species. Okay, what are these species of chords? Did I miss something? What are the species of chords? What is that even supposed to mean? Species. Can I get seconds? Get out of here, Jason. I don't even think you know what a seventh is. Chords of the seventh of the second species, whilst they may proceed under the same conditions as those of the first species, do not give so satisfying an impression. What is the species? Which species? Like duck? What? Dog? Successions of inversions of the 4 species of chords of the seventh. What species? Oh, he gives a passage from Debussy here called Anime. Let's see. 3rd, 2nd, 1st, 4th. He names the species of 7th chords. Let me write them down so you can see if I can get anything from them. So a key signature here? No. Okay. He says this is a chord of the 3rd... Or let me do it. Okay, whatever. This is of the 3rd species. 3rd. That's not how you spell 3rd. 3rd. I think it depends on which ones are flattened. Hold on. No, shut up, Power Toys. Okay, so this is the fourth. It goes third, second, first, fourth. Okay, so the first species of a seventh chord is the one that is the minor seventh chord, which is the jazzy one. And then the second species is the same thing but for a minor chord. So they have this minor seventh here, but instead of having a major chord in between, they have a minor chord in between. And then the third species seems to be for a diminished chord. So they have this beautiful tritone here, but they still also have the seventh. They have a tritone. And then the fourth species seems to be the major seventh chord. So they have the minor seventh chord. They have the minor seventh chord. They have the diminished seventh chord. And they have the major seventh chord, which seems like a very peculiar order, but also he lists them in this order because I think it's, yeah, this is what Debussy wrote. So first is dominant seven, not minor, or a major minor. Oh, they have a minor seventh, but yeah, it's a dominant seven. Okay. Am I going to remember that? Absolutely not, but whatever. Now we know going forward. I'll keep that up there for reference, I guess. Okay. Chords of the seventh of the second species, which is the minor chord with the minor seventh on top, so this one. While they proceed under the same conditions as those of the first species. Okay, so basically, both of these can move stepwise in parallel motion. They do not give so satisfying an impression. So, moving this guy stepwise is not as satisfying as moving this guy stepwise. I'm actually kind of curious. I want to hear that. Let's go take a listen. There you go. So let's move you guys stepwise. What in tarnation? Getting it all twisted here. Oh wait, you're... Sure. What if I do the same thing, but I flatten all of these? I like this one better. I don't know why he says it's not so satisfying. I think this one's much cooler. What if I make you guys staccato and then I, like, push the tempo? Faster. I prefer the sound of this one, but maybe that's just me. Okay. Let's see. Chords of the seventh of the third species, which is the diminished seven chord, are used under the same conditions as the chord of the diminished seventh. Okay, that's what I just said. The first inversion of the chord of the seventh of the fourth species. Okay, so the fourth species is the major seventh chord, and if you have the first inversion chord of that, so that, blah, blah, blah. The first inversion of the chord of the seventh of the first species lends itself better than other positions of that chord to successions by conjunct and similar motion, particularly by the step of a semitone. Okay, so what he says is that this chord moving in the semitone, that's a beautiful progression, I'm not gonna lie. Like that's nice, that's cool and all, but this sounds even better. Even though they're the same chord, putting it in first inversion will sound better. Let me say his exact words. It lends itself better than other positions of the chord to successions by conjunct and similar motion, particularly by the step of a semitone. Nevertheless, mixed with other species, it is used as they are in root position as well as inverted. Okay. I mean, it sounds kind of cool, but I think I prefer this one. It just sounds more satisfying when they're like this. Maybe it's because of this minor second here. If I could like split this up, this might be like if I spread out the chord maybe like this. I mean, that also sounds nice. Something about this is just very satisfying though. Let me split up this chord as well. Whatever you say, my friend. In all foregoing successions, it must be noticed that the disposition of the parts plays an important role. What? Why is role spelled like that? What, does this mean something that I don't know that it means? Help me, Power Toys. Roll. Roll spelled like this. Dated spelling of roll. Roleplay. Character. Okay, it's spelled exactly like this. Despite the word meaning the exact same thing in English, they decided to put it in French. Unbelievable. Why? Unless that word has more nuance than I think it does, but the dictionary definition I just pulled up didn't seem to make it very different. It must be noticed that the disposition of the parts plays an important role. In the inversions, the interval of the seventh is preferred to that of the second, although that arrangement may be practicable. Okay, so basically what he says is that the seventh is much more pleasing than the second, which makes sense. Chords of the seventh with an augmentation of the fifth may proceed in descending by similar and conjunct motion. I wonder what example he gives for that. So, I guess if you have an augmented chord with a seventh on top, you can do similar and conjunct motion for that. As the augmented fifth is the enharmonic of the minor sixth, these intervals are often written interchangeably. Sure. So augmented fifth is enharmonic to the minor sixth. Resolutions by interchange of parts are readily used. What's that phrase again? Interchange of parts. I'm not exactly sure what it's supposed to mean, but whatever. It suffices that the note of resolution be heard in any one of the parts whatsoever. Okay. Now this is chords of the ninth. Get out of here, this thing. Doink. Okay. Chords of the ninth. What say you about this? Chords of the ninth have... Ninth chords are my favorite, by the way. Ninth chords are awesome. Like chords of the seventh, they're natural resolutions and those called exceptional. Both are found in all treatises on harmony and have been exploited by all composers. We will concern ourselves now with the resolutions which belong to the modern school. The succession of two chords of the ninth moving by step and similar motion in all the parts. So basically, when you take your hand at the piano and what my teacher used to call cookie cutter, you just move your hand along the piano playing chords. I remember when I was learning Blue Rondo a la Turk, there's like this part before the breakdown where like the piano part just like moves literally. Let me see if I can pull up sheet music for that. I'm sure you know, actually, since you guys are classical musicians, you guys hate jazz with all your heart and soul. I'm just kidding. So let me see if I can pull it up. Let's see. Yeah, here. What? Why did you move? No, move the pages. There you go. So yeah, at this part here, when the chords are moving like this. My teacher called these cookie cutter chords. This is very fun to play though. Dun 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 dun. Very fun. You just move your hands across a piano. It sounds a lot more impressive than it actually is. It feels like a lot of this book is just saying that planing is good. They just didn't have a term for it yet. Yeah. But I like the word cookie cutter more. Like when I heard my teacher say that, I knew exactly what she meant. If I heard the word planing at that age, I don't think I would have known exactly what that meant. So I'm gonna call them cookie cutter chords. Look at that. It's a thing of beauty. And then moving like that. Anyway. That's basically what it means by moving chords in successions like that, by stepwise. Just moving with your hands along the piano. No, I'm not even a classical musician. I'm not even a composer. I'm sure you're having so much fun right now listening to this preposterous little treatise, then. The resolution of the ninth upon another such ninth by conjunct movement offends the sensibilities of many musicians. It is certain that two barren ninths in succession are unpleasant. Sure. Let's go get an example of a ninth being unpleasant to listen to. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, that is pretty unpleasant. I don't like that very much. That does feel really wrong. But it is say having chords of the ninth in succession. I think filling in the harmony might make it a bit easier to listen to. Let's raise the seventh here for funsies. It doesn't sound as bad when you fill in all of the gaps, but maybe if the, yeah, okay. Yeah, he does say that the resolution of the ninth is fine. Okay, let me think about this. So he says that this kind of progression, moving stepwise in ninth chords, this thing here, it offends the sensibilities of many musicians. So, like, when I guess conservative musicians hear this, they're like, bleh, 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 bleh. And he says that, yes, when you write it like this, when you have the ninths isolated, like you hear this interval isolated by itself, it does sound horrible. And I agree, that sounds awful. But I think he goes on to say, but they are not at all disagreeable, and the ear accepts them readily if the complete chord of the ninth is used as it occurs in the harmonic series. Oh, so he very specifically says in the harmonic series. This is not a harmonic series, this is just chords. I think this sounds great though. Although this does sound awful, I do agree. But when you fill in the chord, it sounds much better. But let me write the example that he gives. Which is... Look at that beautiful parallel fifth down there. Okay, so there's this ninth here, and there's a ninth here. That also sounds good. This one just has a flattened thing here. But otherwise, yeah, okay. I see now, I see. In the successions which follow, the disposition of the parts is very important. What? Okay, there's a footnote here. The French treatises of Robert Dubois and Durand recognize but one chord of the ninth, a major or minor. Monsieur Gavart, in his Traité de Harmonie, I think my French is fluent. He has admitted 4 species. I don't want to know about more species of chords. Okay, examples of people using. Man, I wish I could play these. I suck at sight reading, by the way. Even if I could play these, I would be so bad at it. I cannot sight read for the life of me. I'm so slow to learn new music. Okay. Does he give any remarks at the end? Whoopsies. Deductions. More than ever, we must remember that the generalizations which follow are deductions founded upon the work of modern for every time. He's like, please, guys, please, I am begging you, do not send us any complaint letters saying that we're trying to rewrite harmony. We're just observing what the composers of this day are doing. Please, we are not trying to rewrite the harmony. We are not saying that parallel fifths are good. We're just saying that this is what the other guys are doing. Do not send me any strongly worded letters about how you think parallel fifths are the devil. Unbelievable. He says more than ever. I didn't know ninths were so controversial. 2 chords of the major ninth of the first species in root position. It's a species thing again. Okay, I assume it's the same thing where like you have the major chord with the ninth, minor chord with the ninth, diminished chord with the ninth, and then maybe major chord with the seventh. So yeah, major chord with the minor seventh would be the first species, and then major chord with the major seventh would be the fourth species. I hope that makes sense. Okay. Okay, 2 chords of the ninth of the first species in root position may proceed by conjunct degrees, tone or semitone, ascending or descending by similar motion on all the parts. Okay, so basically what he says is that if you have a major ninth chord, which I assume is in, which I assume has a flattened seventh, you can move it by similar motion, ascending or descending stepwise. So like we said, cookie cutter, like this. I guess this doesn't have the flattened seventh. There you go, that's the flattened seventh. Do you think they selectively breed the species of chords? Yes. So I think this is basically what he's saying. When you have this kind of chord, they can move by step motion. But I think this sounds much better. Something about that feels very nostalgic. I love it. 2 first inversions of chords of the major ninth of the first species. What? 2 first inversions of chords of the major ninth of the first species proceed less easily under the same conditions. Okay, so if you do this chord here, but you do it in first inversion, it'll sound less good. They are nevertheless possible with careful disposition of the parts. Second inversions, so if you move these 2 notes up here, that's second inversion, or if you have this as the bass note, the fifth as the bass note. Lending themselves to smooth arrangement of the parts, proceed easy. So root position, good. Second inversion, good. First inversion, a little sus there, bud. Successions of third inversions under the same conditions of similar controversial are practicable, although a little hard. Sure. Hello. Time for the next paragraph. 2 chords of the minor ninth of the first species in the root position. 2 of the minor ninth. So like that. Is that a minor ninth, or is this a minor ninth? Let me just make sure. I'm not very well versed in the world of extended chords, so let me see if I can see minor ninth. Hey, look at that. There's a Schoenberg chord here. Music theory, a ninth chord, blah blah blah. Mr. Schoenberg, there he is. The ninth chord as and its inversions exist today, or at least they can exist. The people will easily find examples in literature. It is not necessary to set up special laws for its treatment. I guess that's also what this book is saying. It's saying these are not rules. These are just stuff that we observed. If one wants to be careful, one will be able to use the laws that pertain to the seventh course, that is, dissonance is resolved by step downward and root leaps of fourth upward. Okay, thank you, Schoenberg. If we could build an AI which converts images into vectors, that would be sick. We already have that. But I don't know. I haven't used it. Dominant ninth. I want the dominant minor ninth. Minor ninth. Minor ninth is a compound music interval spanning 13 semitones or one semitone above an octave. It is thus enharmonically equivalent to an augmented octave. Yeah, so this, what I had before. I'm not gonna lie, that doesn't sound very good at all. Called the name of the AI. I don't know if it's like an AI name or whatever. I just know that that technique exists where you can turn images into vectors. I know there's one in Blender. It's a simple one. It's a very stripped down version where you can convert images into shapes, like geometric shapes. If you want like raster art to vector art, I'm sure there's something. Illustrator might have it, but either way. The minor ninth is rather dissonant in sound, and European classical music often appears as a suspension. Bela Bartok wrote a study in minor ninths for piano. Ooh, actually, I really want to hear that. What's Bartok's minor ninth study? In Alexander Scriabin's Piano Sonata 9, Black Mass is based around the interval of a minor ninth, creating uncomfortable and harsh sound. I mean, I'll find any excuse to listen to Scriabin, I'm not gonna lie, but let's do Bartok first. Or let's just do Bartok. Bela Bartok, minor ninths. It doesn't say the name of the chord. Or not the chord, the piece. He just said he wrote a study in minor ninths for piano. Is it okay? Which one is it? Microcosmos seems to be the name of it. Major and minor. I want to do the one with minor ninths. Where are the minor ninths? Is it this? Doesn't sound like it. Okay, it looks like I'm not going to be able to find it, so I might have to look a little deeper. Anyway, this is from a book. Yeah, I'm reading a book right now. This is a study of 20th century harmony. Oh, I have the title here. By this dude. I checked it out from the library and I'm reading it. Two chords of the minor ninth of the first species in root position, produced by conjugate disease and similar motion, all parts are not very agreeable. When proceeding by whole tones. We had tools to turn images into vectors since the early 2000s. True, but like I'm thinking like, you know, multiple colors, like you have all that kind of stuff. Because I can see how that can be hard, but like if you just want to convert like a black and white image into a shape, yeah, that's been around for a while. By Vincent Wright, by this guy named René Lenormand. And I am on pay. I don't have like an edition number. I really wanted to see if there's an edition number on this, or like edition whatever. This was printed by it's copyright 1915, translated by Joseph Williams, English translation. Okay. And I am on page 41 right now, reading about ninth chords. So, two chords of the minor ninth of the first species. I assume a minor ninth chord is this. I assume that's what a minor ninth chord is supposed to look like. Which, it sounds pretty cool too. Let me split it apart. Let's make it a bit more interesting sounding. Let's have a... do this. What a beautiful chord. I think it sounds even better as marcato staccato. Beautiful. Okay. I've had it with colors for a while. There are a lot of folks using for album covers. Oh, I see. I thought they were just like tracing it. Looks like he either uses a minor ninth or major ninth above species 1 and 2. Oh. So they're interchangeable? So a minor ninth above species 1 would be C7 with a D flat. Okay. I see. Basically it says you can move them in conjunct degrees. Actually, no, you can't move them in conjunct degrees. I just reread it. Two chords of the minor ninth of the first species in position. So if you have a minor ninth chord, which I assume is like this, or like this, if you move them in conjunct degrees, like we did here, it's not so agreeable. And I guess, let me try and prove that. I mean, he's damn right. That doesn't sound very agreeable to me. This is much more agreeable than this. Let's try doing this. That still doesn't sound very good. This is just so much more pleasing. This... Yikes. This definitely wants to resolve elsewhere. The mayonnaise has bestowed its presence. Mayonnaise on an escalator! First inversions under the same conditions are disagreeable. Okay, so basically if you do this, that ain't so good either. I mean, that sounds very Mr. Scarlatti. He would have loved those chords, but either way, that's not, not what we're doing here. Possibility, second and third inversions are not practicable by semitone. The possibility of all these successions depends, as we have said, on the disposition of the parts. He keeps saying that, you know, he's like, it'll sound good based on the disposition of the parts, which I think is like shorthand term for saying like, if you write the parts good, it'll sound good. If you write the parts bad, it'll sound bad. And I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Like, I guess if you're orchestrating it, I can see the disposition, the quote-unquote disposition of parts, like dynamics, etc., like, and timbres making a difference. But like, if you're just writing it for piano or something, or a string quartet or whatever, not sure what disposition of parts. Maybe like, if you're writing counterpoint or something, or using passing tones, that could be part of disposition of parts. That's so vague. In combining chords of the major ninth of the first species with those of the minor ninth of the same species, some interesting versions are found in the reposition as well in inversion. Okay, so if we have a minor ninth chord moving into a major ninth chord, he says that could be interesting. Other way around, maybe? That is interesting. Let's see. Besides the progressions we have pointed out, many others are possible by reason by the presence of notes common between the two chords. Okay. I see. The same chord of the diminished seventh may be taken in 4 different forms by changing the roots. We just called it inversions, bro. You've been saying that the whole time. It may take 4 different forms by changing the roots. It's like inversions 101. The combination belongs to the classical technique, but the modern school draws from it new effects. The 4th inversion, man, is not a word, 4th inversion, which brings the 9th into the base forbidden in classical technique, may be readily used. In the inversions, the root may be... Okay, wait, hold on, I want to hear this. This is forbidden. You cannot do this. Alright, 1st, 2nd, 3rd... Whoopsies. 3rd... And I think 4th inversion is when you put it on the 9th. So, you know, like this. Let's spread this out a bit better. Like the first of those two the best. Nice. Okay, so this is forbidden. Having the 9th... Where's the 9th? Be here. That is forbidden. Why? That sounds great. That's a nice sounding chord. Maybe if I write it in, maybe if I write like parallel 9s, it'll sound a bit more suspicious. Let's see. You have a 9th with this A here. Or yeah, so those parallel 9ths. That one sounds a bit better. Maybe I just need to write that in a bit better, but that does sound a little strange. But this chord of the 9th here, this one chord here, I think that sounds fine. Maybe because my mind is thinking of it as a different chord that's not a 9th chord. Like there is a 9th here, but it doesn't feel like a 9th chord. I mean, there is another 9th here. This is like an inverted 9th, and this is also 9th. Can we keep going? Sure. Can you take me back where I came from? Can you take me back? Ordinary major minor ninth of the first species proceed easily by major or minor ninths, thirds up or down. Besides the progressions we have pointed out, many others are possible by reason of the presence of notes common to the two chords. I don't know what I just read. Oh wait, I already read that part. In the inversions, the root may be placed above the 9th at a distance of a 7th, a disposition taught by Sabatini at the end of the 18th century. What? The root may be placed above the 9th at a distance of a 7th. So the root here is G, but I can put it above the 9th, which is A, if I just like do that, and then now it's a 7th. That is quite pretty. I do like that. Let's try that for this. So basically we're just swapping these. That's very pretty, I'm not gonna lie. That's very pretty. Blah 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 blah. The 9th may approach the root at a distance of a 2nd. With the new resolutions given to them by the modern school, the chords of the 9th by means of alterations. I think by alterations it means like altered chords, so like if you sharpen or flatten the 5th or whatever. Appoggiaturas, anticipations, etc. Okay, so using non-diatonic tones to get your point across. Chromaticism, I guess, is the word for that. So they have new resolutions for those now. They're inventing new music. Become valuable chords for harmonic research. What is harmonic research? What is that even supposed to mean? Do a bunch of composers sit in a laboratory And by laboratory, I mean like their living rooms, drinking cups of tea, like, oh yes, I would quite like to invent some new harmony. Let us do some research into doing harmony. And then one guy sits at the piano and just like bangs a bunch of chords onto it. It's like, oh yes, this is minor and major ninths moving in succession with each other. Oh, what agreeable research we have come across. We cannot too often repeat that the more or less agreeable sound of these progressions depends on the disposition of the parts. Okay. Oh my goodness, you guys. What do you mean? And also on the combination of tone qualities if written for the orchestra. What do you mean the disposition of the parts? What do you mean? Okay, whatever. Let me skip to the next chapter here. Chapter 4. Preparation of discords. At the present day, all discords may be approached without preparation. Sure. I guess what he says here is that discords before, if you were going to use discords like seconds and sevenths and stuff, you got to lead into it. Like there's got to be some build up to it. Like, you know, like the dominant seventh chord, there's got to be some build up to that. But nowadays, and by nowadays he means early 20th century France, you don't have to do that. You can just use discords whenever you want. Use as many seconds, seconds, sevenths, ninths, 13ths. Use as many of those as you want. I wonder if the fourth was still considered a discord at that point. I know a fourth used to be considered. Like, I think Mozart, like the books that Mozart might have read on music theory, they considered fourths to be discordant, but I don't know if they did by the time this was written. Probably not. By the time Debussy and probably even like Tchaikovsky were around, probably fourths weren't considered a dissonance anymore. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, wait. Did I read everything you said to say about that? At the present day, all discords may be approached without preparation. It matters not what modern work we may look at to be convinced of this. We need give, therefore, but very few examples. Was a Discord moderator? Yeah, hold on. His credibility is dropping now that I find out he's a Discord moderator. I know he says that they'll give very few examples, but there are like 7 examples on this page. The second. Okay, so by second he means this. Just to be clear. The second interval. The whole modern school seems to be hypnotized by the interval of the second, which it writes at every turn. I mean, I'm not gonna blame them. That is very pretty. Some discords which were taken successively as suspensions, as resolved appoggiaturas, and lastly as unresolved appoggiaturas, have given place to combinations of frequent use. So basically what he's saying, since this interval here, you should just be used in passing, like it was used to move to a nicer sounding interval. They use that more often not as a passing tone. Like this is given more prominence than just being in passing. This is used as like a foundation of a chord. Okay, blah, 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 blah. This combination of sounds, appoggiaturas, heard at the same time as principal notes. This is the interval of a second. The 2 combinations used most are the 6 added to the common chord. I don't know what he means by the common chord, but he writes this. Which of course I agree is very pretty. This must not be confounded with a chord of 6/4. So this, what he means by that is this is, whoopsies, this is different than this. Yeah. I think? Yeah, because these also would make a minor second, right? Or not a minor, sorry, a major second. These would make a major second, but in a chord of 6/4, which is this. These are different. Wait. Okay, wait, hold on. Let me just rephrase this. So this chord here, this is different than this. These are two different chords you're looking at. Very different chords. And I think functionally he means the common chord, just like a normal chord. But also this could be a chord that is like this. Not 5. Let me just... This would be a... whatchamacallit? Maybe a 6. So these are the same chord, but they're two different chords. Also, 6/4 is not first inversion. What am I doing? Dang it. Okay, whatever. Just screw it. Just scratch everything I just said. Whatever. I'll just read the book. I think he means a 6/5 suspension, but instead they don't resolve the suspension and just keep the 6 in the chord. Yeah, he did mention that these discords, they're not being resolved no more. This must not be confounded with the chord of 6/4. Here is the manner of its origin. Okay. He gives an example here that's a suspension, a resolved appoggiatura, an unresolved appoggiatura. But he gives the same example for resolved and unresolved appoggiatura. What? How is it unresolved? You listed the same example twice. What? What's the difference between the two examples? What? Okay, so he writes here... Okay. I mean, if you guys need a review on what suspensions are, let me show y'all what he wrote down. So he said, this is a suspension. Right? This is an appoggiatura. And this example that he wrote here, he wrote as a resolved appoggiatura. And then he wrote another measure which has the exact same notes in the exact same places, and he marks it as an unresolved appoggiatura. They're the same thing! How can you be both resolved and unresolved at the same time? Pick one! Oh my goodness. And then appoggiatura sounded with the principal notes. So... this. It's the vibes that are different. They are so different. I can hear the difference in my soul. The 9th added to the common chord. This is not a chord of the 9th, but is formed as follows. Okay, so basically they're just giving examples of how these are... Okay, whatever. This is boring. Okay. Hold on, before I delete this example, I want to hear it one more time. Oh, that's so pretty. I'll use that in one of my compositions one day. Chapter 5. Notes foreign to the chords, passing notes, ornaments. So, chromaticism. I'm excited for this one. If fourths, fifths, sevenths, seconds, and ninths may be written as harmony notes by similar and conjunct motion, one perceives that the modern school have allowed melody notes to benefit by the same freedom. It will be seen at the end of the chapter under what conditions they are now used. Okay, I know there are a lot of examples here, but again, I don't have a piano in front of me, so what example is that? Oh my goodness, that's a lot of notes. Okay. Oh my gosh, it gets worse. There are so many accidentals on the page. Oh my goodness. Okay, hold on. I'm just gonna have to take a photo of this and send it in like my Discord server because I need you guys to see just how awful this looks. This looks terrible. Okay, hold on. I gotta show this on screen. This is bad enough to warrant me showing this. Discord, please load. Oh my gosh, please. How hard can it be to open Discord? I just want to send an image to myself. the things I do for Discord. It's not that hard, guys. Okay. Like. Alright. Let me show you this image. Oh my goodness. This is the most terrible looking... Oh my gosh, that just looks... This is just disgusting to look at. Like, I don't like this at all, gang. How in the world am I supposed to memorize this? There's so many sharps and flats on the page right now. Oh my gosh, this is disgusting. And on top of that, there's an A major key signature over here, so you have to remember that too. Ay, ay, ay. That's awful. Okay, well, let's keep going. More planing. Yeah, I guess, but I'm not happy about it. Okay. Ooh, there's a nice compact list here. Deductions. From the foregoing examples, it may be deduced that the modern school employs passing notes and ornaments made under the following conditions. Okay, so if you're writing passing notes in seconds, you gotta combine them with appoggiaturas. So, like this. I guess it's not a second. Now sight read it. I would rather eat another Snickers, which I might. Okay, so people have done that as passing notes in major thirds. In minor thirds and major thirds and fourths and fifths and augmented fifths and sixths and sevenths. There are passing notes in sevenths. Well, and it gives examples. Hold on. What is example? Let me look at the one in seconds. Maybe I'm getting this wrong. Where's example 6? Let me just write it down. That might help me observe what the heck is happening over here. Oh wait, there's a key signature. 3 flats. Doink. What does he mean by modern school? I feel like most types of non-chord tones have been used throughout the whole Romantic era. This book was written before World War I and is specifically about French music. So he lists authors: Fauré, Saint-Saëns, Ravel, Dubois, those guys. So basically, not Impressionist harmony, even though Debussy was kind of the leading figure of that, of like the French harmony. But basically that part, like late Romantic era. Like basically jazz at this point. It's because it's like proto jazz, I think, is what we're looking at here. Let's see. Where's that here? Hold on. My posture is getting worse and worse. Let me notate this example. This is from who? That does sound very cool. But how does that example, what was the example trying to prove again? In seconds. So this is a passing note in seconds in combination with appoggiaturos. I see. Okay. So what he means is that this is the second. The flight of the bumblebee sounding stuff. That's the second he's meaning. And in combination with appoggiatura, by which he means all of these notes are being held while this guy is moving. So that's what he means by seconds and appoggiaturas. So in minor thirds, in major thirds, in fourths, passing tones in fourths, which I assume means he's like skipping, like you're skipping between these. Let's go to something interesting. Common chords in chords of the seventh, without being preceded by harmony notes. There's also ornaments in seconds in minor thirds and major thirds. Okay. Actually, I don't want to look at that. Hold on. Let's go skip around to something that's a bit more spicy. How about that? I'm getting bored now. We're just reading about how to build chords. I want something a bit funnier. Let's look at to end a piece. The ear is so accustomed to the perfect cadence or the plagal cadence as a termination of all polyphonic compositions that most hearers do not consider a piece finished which has not the chord of the tonic as its final chord. Okay, I think basically what he means is that the 5-1 and 4-1 cadences are so common in basically all music that's ever happened so far that we know of. So Bach, Beethoven, Mozart, etc. He's like, so many pieces of music use that anything different than that sounds really stupid and weird, and I don't know what that's supposed to mean. It feels like that type of motion would be considered as that new. The way this is written is definitely new, but like this kind of stuff, definitely not new. Like, you know, Beethoven especially, and Mozart probably too, and probably other people like Brahms and Strauss also did stuff a lot like this, especially Strauss. Nevertheless, this commonplace close may be found in contradiction to what has gone before. To quote an example in a well-known piece, everybody knows the admirable Erlkönig of Schubert, in which the author has shown so dramatic and poignant a sentiment. At the close of the song, where the father perceives that he has in his arms only the dead body of his son, Schubert, submitting to an inexorable custom, he must definitely finish. Okay, concludes with the most commonplace of perfect cadences. Schumann, who was a great innovator, a fact too often forgotten, knew how to rid himself of this restraint in, quote, The Soldier, the piece of the thing. Okay, wait, what was that thing about Schubert, though? It says here that the first paragraph says that most music up until that point had ended in perfect or plagal cadences, and then the second paragraph was like, here are some examples from classical music where other places might not have that. And then the third paragraph was like, okay, everyone knows what Erlkönig is, right, guys? And then he says, Schubert submitting to an inexorable custom, basically saying Schubert, who follows the rules to a T, concludes with the most commonplace of perfect cadences. So that's not an example of what he was talking about. He just gave an example that was literally contrary to what he just said was happening. He said, I'm going to give you some examples of pieces that don't end in perfect cadences. And then he gave an example of a piece that ends in a perfect cadence. Unbelievable. Schumann, who was a great innovator, a fact too often forgotten, knew how to rid himself of this restraint in The Soldier. A poor devil, in order to show himself a good soldier, carried out the order to shoot his best friend. His despair troubled Schumann, who, as a true philosopher, sees rising before him a problem of the psychology of duty. He pauses immediately, modifies the character of his harmonies, and finishes on the dominant, with no tonic conclusion, making the hearer a sharer in the sentiments which animate him. The modern school has followed him in this path, and the character of that which is gone prompts the special kind of termination to be adopted. Okay, so basically what that means is that if you want the piece to sound like it's ending on a confused and strange note, then end on a confused and strange note and don't resolve back to the tonic. Okay. I feel like there are other ways to not resolve to the tonic that are still satisfying, but I think you have to be a little bit more deliberate with that. Okay. Okay, and he just gave a bunch of examples. Uh-oh. Chapter 9. Scales and tonality. Uh-oh. Quote, the diatonic major scale may, therefore, be considered, if desired, as a rational product of the resonance of sonorous bodies, and having as its origin a single sound which is the base of the system, but on condition that it is regarded as a, quote, manufactured product, unquote, of which human genius has determined the definite form according to its tastes and aptitudes. What? Okay, I think what he just said there is that the major scale sounds really good, but only because we say it does. And we say that it sounds good because of all this fancy math and science and acoustics that we've done. But really, it sounds good because we say it sounds good. Yeah, I think that's correct. Because he says, the diatonic scale may be considered as a rational product of resonance, which is basically big talk for the diatonic scale. All the people nowadays are saying it sounds like all the harmonic treatises say that the major scale sounds a-okay and awesome because of all this math and science and frequencies and stuff. But really, it sounds good just because the human genius has determined the definite form according to its tastes and aptitudes. So basically it says we're rationalizing our aesthetics. We hear that the major scale sounds good, and then we just try to throw a bunch of math and science at it to try and explain why it sounds good. But really it just sounds good because we think it sounds good. And then another quote here. Scales do not exist. Tonality alone exists, and two modalities. The rest is free from all constraint. Another one. The scale does not exist. It is a formula of convention. He is not at all that wrong. He isn't. These other two quotes are a little more controversial, that scales don't exist and that there's only tonality. I feel like Carl Czerny would like a word with them, but, you know, sure, you can say that. See, this is like a stupid philosophy tangent, but like this is like something I take a problem with is when like musicians like Schoenberg say stuff like, you know, these guys say that scales don't exist, and Schoenberg tried to make a statement that like dissonance doesn't exist and there are only notes and they only sound together. Like, that's not true. Scales do exist and dissonance does exist. It's just up to you, what do you think it's important? That's like saying islands don't exist, because islands are just a combination of some water and land in a very specific arrangement. And if the water sinks too low, then it don't become an island anymore. That doesn't mean the island never existed in the first place. If the island is swept up by an ocean and is completely flooded like Atlantis, that doesn't mean the island doesn't exist anymore, but that doesn't mean the island never existed in the first place. It still existed, and it still does exist. Like, it's not maybe a physical thing that you can hold in your hand, but it does exist. It's like also saying that like happiness doesn't exist because it's like just a bunch of chemicals and only the chemicals exist in your brain. I think that's stupid. No, happiness does exist, and I can feel it, and I know that it exists because it's in my mind. It's the same thing as intervals. Like, there are dissonant intervals and there are consonant intervals. It's not that those consonances and dissonances don't exist. They do exist. You can ignore their existence, I guess, but calling them non-existent, I think, is just plain incorrect. It is impossible to quote here all the musical scales employed from the most ancient times. We will confine ourselves to pointing out those which can be utilized by our modern school. or which present some interest on the ground of curiosity. Okay. Let's see if there are some funky scales that he gives here. In his Traité de Harmonie, Gavert gives an excellent study of the diatonic pentaphone, or pentatonic scale. I've adopted the French word here as being more convenient than the rather unwieldy term pentatonic scale. What? How is diatonic pentaphone more convenient than pentatonic scale? Okay, you shut up, translator. Clearly you don't know what you're talking about. Dissonance, it exists, but it's subjective to say that it does not exist. It's a little silly, but it's a fun maxim to say and feel big. I mean, I'm all for giving controversial, like, philosophy takes, and it is a philosophical thing to say that scales do not exist. I'm just going to hard disagree with you is the thing. Like, I respect the boldness, but I very much disagree with you if you say that scales don't exist. Which you can the pentatonic scale, which he considers to be older than the Greek systems. I don't know if you guys have seen that video of Bobby McFerrin demonstrating the pentatonic scale and how universal it is. It's a very good video. I'm not sure if I can play it. You know what? Maybe I can play a little bit of it. You know what? No, I'm not going to do that. I'm too lazy. I'm just going to keep reading the book. Yeah, and the pentatonic scale, which he considers to be older than the Greek systems, and is still to be met with among the Mongols, Chinese, Japanese, Aborigines of America, and the Celts of the British Isles. So basically, what is consonant or dissonant is fairly subjective, though. That's true. I'm not denying that consonance and dissonance are subjective. I just think it's ridiculous to say that they don't exist. Like, clearly when you hear two notes sounded together, you can feel if they're consonant or dissonant, and sure, maybe that consonance or dissonance depends on how you were raised or like what music you listen to, but like just to say that they don't exist, I think is stupid. The following are different modes from the diatonic pentaphone. Okay. Let me go list the diatonic pentaphone, which is such a not unwieldy term compared to pentatonic scale. Oh, pentatonic scale is so much less easy to use than diatonic pentaphone. Unbelievable. So this is the pentatonic scale. You know it, you love it. I mean, it's a great scale, I'm not gonna lie. Also, there are modes to the pentatonic scale, which sound like this. The second mode. Sure. And then there's the third mode, which has a flat. Starting to get a little bluesy there. I think this is the blues scale. Yeah, that's the blues scale. Okay. Getting closer to it. And then oh, it's the fourth mode. Yeah, so this is the blues scale, but without the augmented fourth here. Beautiful. See, this is basically just proto-jazz. For modes may commence and finish on the dominant, it will be noticed that the scales comprise no semitones. Yeah, there are no semitones, and by that he means minor seconds, so there's none of this happening. There's none of that interval happening, they're all, like, pretty separated. Okay. Monsieur Woollett, in his Histoire de la Musique, I see I pronounced that very correctly, gives us a mass of curious information concerning the ancient Hindu scales. Hindu spelled Hindoo. Sure. I wonder if that's supposed to be different than Hindu with a U. It is impossible for us to write down these scales because, except for the fifth degree, which corresponds exactly to a true fifth, all other degrees are raised or lowered by a srauti, an interval a little larger than a quarter tone. I see. So basically, what he's saying is that Hinduist music uses a different scale, like a different tuning system than us. So we can't really write it down with our notation. If we examine the music of the Greeks, we must. Okay, I know what modes are. You guys have any like cool scales for me to give? Wait, what? After giving up the bizarre and monstrous hexachordal system. Bizarre and monstrous, huh? I mean, sure. And then major scale, minor scale, it gives us that. By raising or lowering the notes of the diatonic scale, we obtain the chromatic scale. Okay. Sure. Whilst the Western races eliminated the small variable intervals, the Oriental races remained faithful to the scales of 1/3 and 1/4 tones. The transcription of these scales is impossible by means of modern European notation, except for some which approximate to our system. Okay, so basically what he's saying is that the Western races, and I guess by that he means the Germans, they eliminated the small variable interval, so there are no quarter tones or no half tones, none of that microtonal nonsense. But the Oriental races, so the Asians, they kept their 1/3 and 1/4 tones, and the transcription of these scales is impossible by means of modern European notation because those notes literally don't exist on our scales, so we can't write them then. These like new accidentals, which have like all of these dudes, these guys are definitely like probably way after the First World War, which is why they didn't exist when this book was written. Like quarter tones, I don't think they had something to show that. Yeah, they literally like write out the words quarter and half tone in these examples. Okay. But what is necessary to say that the Orientals declare to be false when we execute them. The use of the interval of the augmented second by which we think to give an Oriental impression is for them a coarse proceeding which wounds the extreme delicacy of their auditory organ. What? The use of the interval of the augmented second by which we think to give an Oriental impression is for them a coarse proceeding which wounds the extreme delicacy of their auditory organ. What? What kind of wording is that? The interval of the augmented second, which, by the way, I'm pretty sure an augmented second is just a minor third. Right? The augmented second is coarse, so sure, maybe they think of this as a dissonance, that's fine. But it wounds the extreme delicacy of their auditory organ. Bro, that's basically big talk for it hurts their ears. It wounds the extreme delicacy of their auditory organ. Whatever, bro. Give us an Oriental chromatic scale. Ooh, hold on, I want to hear this. Old French guy, I don't think you can call them that. What, Oriental? I guess Oriental wasn't exactly a bad way of putting that when they were around, but... That is a very pretty scale. So this minor third here, I guess, would be considered a dissonance to them, and it would wound the extreme delicacy of their auditory organs. He was saying that our cheap imitations of their microtones suck to people who know what it's supposed to sound like. That is true. But also, that was just a really preposterous way of putting that. I'm sure there are like microtones to be had in this scale. This is probably like a really bad approximation of the scale that they actually use. But he doesn't say where it's supposed to be altered. He does group these notes together. Yeah, these are minor seconds. Gives a table of various tonalities, which we take from the following Oriental scale. Okay. Interesting. So this is a similar scale. Think what he means by what Western cultures considered exotic sounding was actually wrong from their perspective. Fair enough. So the scale here is... Hold on. So C, D flats, E, F, G flats, A, B flat, C. That one seems a little bit less cool, but I probably just need to hear music written for it. And the other scale was really cool. This is a scale with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, plus this note here. It's French, it's in his naser. He is French, very French. He gives beside some examples of scales which may be formed by oneself by the mixing of tetrachords or the alteration of certain degrees. The modern Greek church still possesses the Oriental chromaticism, so like halftones and stuff he's showing here. Modern authors make use of the scale of whole tones, which gives a succession of 6 notes without a leading tone. I do really like the whole tone scale. It's actually a fairly progressive perspective, I feel. I mean, yeah, given that he is French, it's like, I think it's the British and the Germans, or not German. There was Wagner, but nobody likes Wagner. Not just because he progressed music towards a different direction, but also he was just a weirdo. Augmented seconds used to represent the Middle East were actually common in the late Romantic era. I feel like the augmented second that I demonstrated is not actually what they mean. Like, this is an augmented second, right? But I feel like there's like something else, like like another tone. Maybe let's try messing with some of these. Which one? I think you're the 3/4 sharp. No. Maybe a half sharp. Where's the half sharp? Something like that. Is that supposed to be like an approximation of their augmented second? Still pretty common today in film music. True. What is the augmented? Is this an augmented second? Is this an augmented second? Or is this an augmented second? Like in the context of this Oriental scale that he lists, he doesn't really say. I mean, he did literally say that the European system won't be able to notate it properly, but like, he doesn't say which notes are supposed to be halftones or whatever. Unless it is supposed to be literally that scale. This is an important fact because the resulting harmonic combinations destroy the shape and character of the tonality, which by comparison with the Greek tonalities is called modern. Okay. So let me write out the whole tone scale for you. Hold on, he flattens this note. Also flattens this, but I'll just do this. Pretty sure you're right the first time, like the famous part in Saint-Saëns, Samson and Delilah. Oh, okay. So that's the beautiful whole tone scale. And he says that it destroys the shape and character of the tonality, which is called modern. I'm not sure if I necessarily agree with that. I mean, maybe because whole tones were used far more in the middle of the 20th century and not necessarily in the early 20th century. Not sure if this was used very much by the early 20th century folks in France. Remember, this is early 20th century in France, very specifically. Other people outside of that probably might have been using the whole tone scale, but not earliest 20th century French composers. This is an important fact. Oh wait, I read that. We've already drawn attention to the scale of Menchaca, what a name, consisting of equal semitones and giving a scale of 12 degrees. Consisting of equal semitones and giving a scale of 12... You mean the chromatic scale? Monsieur Scriabine, spelled with an E at the end, makes use of a scale formed from the harmonics 8 to 14, but omitting the 12th? Yeah, it was Debussy used it a ton. Wait, then what gives? This guy just said something that was plainly wrong. Unless it was like later Debussy, but I just don't believe that. I feel like Debussy used the whole tone scale a bunch. And it says it destroys the shape and character which we call modern. No, it doesn't. Pretty sure it defines the shape and character that you call modern. Oh my goodness. Okay, well there's this other scale that he gives here. Which apparently is based on the overtones. I wonder if you could, cause like, when we let me go back to that first scale. That was cool. These are separated by a minor third. Oh wait, no. Yeah. What was that scale? Is it this? Okay, yeah, minor third. Okay. This feels wrong. Did I write it incorrectly? I did write it incorrectly. There's a second here, and then in between there's, what was that, B flat to C sharp, that is a minor third. And then from D to E, so from this note to this, there's not a minor third. And then from that to the next one, there is a minor third. So this. Okay, so that scale. I was gonna remark, like, I'm not quite sure how you would write music like, I mean, of course I'd have to like look into music that uses this scale to see how they do it. Although, again, like you said, transcribing it for European notation would be kind of weird, so I don't know if I could pull up like a score of it that's entirely accurate. I guess an approximated score would at least be helpful, but I'd have to use my ear a bit more than my eyes. But either way, I'm curious how you would write, because this is not like a mode. It's just a scale. I'm not sure like if you built chords on this, it would sound any good. He did mention, or at least some book that I read earlier mentioned that like the system that we have of chords and multiple melodies is fairly new in the history, like in the grand history of music. That is a very new invention. So the Greeks didn't have it, and I wonder if the Asians had it too, with the having like chords and stuff. Double harmonic major is metal AF. Nice. Yeah, so I'm wondering like if the Asian musics had, like traditional music, had chords and had like polyphony. They probably had polyphony, but like how, if they had polyphony, what are their rules for polyphony and stuff like that? Like what is their music theory? I think next is that I pick up a book. This is French music theory. I think next I pick up a book on Asian music theory. Although, of course, that would be extremely varied. I'd have to pick one place. Maybe I'll pick like Japan or China or Indonesia or something. Only example I can think of of shifting harmony is Westerly and Southerly Africa, but there could be others. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm barely a music historian. I don't know much about it. I'm literally learning about it from this book. It's an important fact, blah blah blah. But yeah, I know. Like I said, I read a book earlier that said like the Greek music didn't have like chords or polyphony. It just had. I mean, they were developing the modes, but it was mostly just one melody and probably just like drums and stuff. You can try building some chords on the scale for fun. Let us do it. Okay. So let's keep in mind here, there is this D flat and A flat. So just to start, I'm going to build triads off of it, I guess. Which is probably not the way to do it, but I'm going to build triads just to see what it sounds like. D flats. Whoopsies. Okay, that sounds like this. Okay. Not sure if I really like the sound of that. Western music is really one of the only kinds of that makes even slightly complex use of harmony. I wonder why that is. Why do you think that is? It's only Western music that tries to do something that's harmonically complex. Like, it's only really, like, the classical composers that we know, you know, like Debussy, like, not Brahms. I mean, Brahms did advance harmony, but not as much as Debussy. Other advancers in harmony, Wagner, Liszt, those dudes that were advancing harmony, like, why were they... And Bach, too, of course, but his music wasn't very popular, at the time, at least. So why did we advance on polyphony and stuff? Never harmonize beyond drones or parallel to them. Yeah, I know there are drones. A lot of instruments use drones. And they just kind of play over the droning notes. But they never had, like, you know... It doesn't seem to me that any other culture developed a fugue, you know? There's nothing similar to a fugue that we have from other cultures, at least that I know of. If you can find for me like a fugue that wasn't written in Western Europe at the time that fugues were generally being written, or like, you know, what I mean to say is that a fugue that wasn't directly inspired by Western culture, like a fugue that was developed purely out of progression of traditional harmony. It seems like 12 Ito is the critical difference. Because the church was interested in preserving early music, they encouraged the monks that were writing to create sheet music. There's that. I'm not sure if that necessarily means that polyphony was created because of sheet music. If you could find a book on music theory using the Japanese gakaku music, I bet that would be super neat. The chord clusters they use are amazing. Sheet music better allows you to better organize independent lines and vertical alignments. That's true, I guess. I'm not very familiar with the other systems of music, but also like you said, like the invention of sheet music. Like finding sheet music, like traditional sheet music for other cultures is a little difficult, probably because the only way that they taught music was, you know, through teachers. Like a teacher with, excuse me, a teacher would tell a student this, and then they would just pass that on through generations and generations of stuff. Yeah, oral tradition. You're right. Was a written tradition. Okay. I mean, again, it's not like other cultures didn't have a system of writing. They just preferred using the oral tradition. Same with the Greeks too. They also had an oral tradition, as far as I remember. As a pleasantry, futurist musicians claim the use of the chromatic scale. That is the division of the octave into 53 commas. It's a 53 note scale, baby. That's so many notes. And an accredited ethnomusicologist to do historical comparison between Europe, harmonic African traditions, and Near Eastern tradition. I bet I could find a book that I bet I could find a book that like is a summary comparison between the three, so we can get like a general overview. I'm sure I could find one. I would need to look for it though. 53, yes, 53 notes in the scale. And let me continue reading here. We may, without being taxed by naivety, take this demand into consideration. Because the division of the octave into small intervals is in use in the modern East. I mean, I guess it's true that, sure, yeah, the modern East, which is the Asians and also the Middle Easterns, they are using these tones, which I guess technically fall into maybe a 53 note scale or otherwise. I'm not sure if they actually play those scales. Like, I don't think they're practicing their chromatic scales on their instruments by playing all 53 notes in the octave. I'm pretty sure it's just because it's as an ornamental thing. I think it's very different. I mean, like, Indian music can get kind of harmonically dense. I'm kind of sleepy right now. Nice. The rhythmic precision that arose in the West means that we lock ourselves into preset meters, though, which didn't exist much. For example, Africa and yeah, we have meter. I mean, now in like the Baroque era, we have meter. In times before that, meter was a little bit more free. Like if you listen to old Gregorian chant, that definitely doesn't have meter. I mean, it has rhythm, but it doesn't have like 4/4, 3/4. Western music is typically harmonically and polyphonically layered, but our rhythms are extremely simple compared to African and Indian music. I would agree with that, yeah. If you combine the two, though, I wonder what that would sound like. I guess that would just sound like Schoenberg. Or like early fugues that didn't have a... I mean, I guess it's not rhythmically complex. Oh well. Okay. It is not a new idea, the 53-note scale. 2,000 years before Christ, so BC, the Hindus, futurists without knowing it, divided the octave into 22 sroutis. I don't know how to pronounce that. Srouties. So it's a 22-note scale, 2000 BC. Besides, there exists in the Imperial Museum at St. Petersburg an organ or harmonium in which the octave is divided into 53 intervals. What? Really? There's a 53-note keyboard? Alright, I gotta see this. I gotta see this. 53 equal temperament. Show me the instrument. Show me the instrument that uses this. Please. Is there a name for it? It just says it exists at the Imperial Museum at St. Petersburg. Please tell me that there's an instrument that has... There's a picture of that instrument that has 53 notes in a scale. Where is it? 53 equal temperament. Are there any pictures here? No. Dang. I'm calling these scales when they're like tuning systems, like you can make your own scales in these. Yeah, I'm not sure if I would call it a scale. It's like I said, like I don't think that the Arabs are practicing their chromatic scales with all 53 notes per the chromatic scale. It's more like they're using those little small tones as ornaments, right? I think those keyboards with like 30 plus octave divisions were used to facilitate playing in different tuning systems. Yeah, that's like saying that Eric Clapton played in a 100 note scale because he bent his strings. Like that's not how that works. It's different. So most of those intervals have to be like melismatic embellishments on simpler scales. Yes, that's what I am thinking. That's a very good way to put it. They wouldn't really be used for independent scales, I think. Yeah. You guys know what I mean. Okay. And when the octave is divided into 53 intervals, the keys are of different colors and arranged on 5 keyboards. I really want to see that instrument. Oh man, I want to see the 53 note keyboard. The 53 cuz like a modern piano has like 80 keys, right? Or 80 something keys. And this one has 53 per octave, and they're arranged on 5 different keyboards. And they're even colored differently. I really want to see it. But I don't know it. He doesn't give a name of the instrument. He just says there exists some instrument, which is probably an organ or a harmonium. It's like a legend. He's never seen it himself. He's just heard about it. In principle, we see no objective to the making of scales of small intervals, each race being free to choose the succession of sounds which best meets the expression of its sentiments, sure enough. But beyond a certain limit, the auditory organ can catch nothing but a confused noise. Okay, so basically what he's saying here is that your scale can have as many notes as you want, so long as it fits your culture's goal. But like, when you have too many notes on your scale, it just starts to become a bunch of noise. So like if you had like a 100 note scale, that starts to just become a bunch of noise. But 53 really feels like it's pushing the limit though. I feel like once we reach like 31, that's already a heck of a lot. I mean, of course, it's not really a scale. Like we said, it's like embellishments to a scale, but you know. The name is the orthotonophonium. All right, hold on. I got you. Oh my gosh, orthotonophonium. Also known as the thingamajig. What? Is this a modern instrument or is this an old instrument? Developed 1914. Cool. Sometimes 53, 72 keys per octave. Oh my gosh. Well, there's a picture of it. That's too recent, right? Well, no, that's within the time. I mean, hold on. What exactly did he say? In the Imperial Museum at St. Petersburg, an organ or harmonium. So yeah, this. I think this book was. No, this is. Yeah, actually, you're right. This is too late because this book was written before World War I, and this is developed during World War I, 1914. Sorry. But I'm sure maybe there is background. Maybe there is another one that came before this. The concept of true intonation keyboards traces back to the 16th century with the work of Italian musicologists, blah, 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 blah. Mean tone temperament. American inventor Henry Ward Poole created an enharmonic organ, which did not require finger substitution upon note changes. Built an organ with 65 keys per octave, which could be played with pure intonation and 21 major and minor keys. That's cool. 5 tones just fine. That scale, pentatonic scale all day. That's rock music, baby, and I wouldn't have it any other way. 65 keys per octave, 72 keys per octave is just insane. Harmonium using 72 or blah 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 keys. When playing an equal temperament, beats are unavoidable due to the Pythagorean comma. Oh, I think by beats he means like, you know, when you play when you play a note that feels out of tune. I think by beating he means like the what's the word for it? You can hear the frequencies overlapping in a non-pleasant way. I'm not really sure. I'd have to demonstrate it, but like beats equals wub wub wub. Right? Yeah, you're correct. It is wub. It's dubstep, baby. It's dubstep beats and dubstep wubs. They're unavoidable due to the Pythagorean comma. I don't even know what that is. Okay, that. This interference can be avoided by playing on an orthotonophonium, since the pitch of a tone can be chosen such that only pure intervals are played. Actually, yeah. I think it's because our 12 tone system, the thing about the 12 tone system is that it's a 12 tone compromise, right? Um, Pythagorean Combo would go hard as a prog rock band name. It really would. It really would. But I think what he means is that because the 12 tone system is a compromise, like all of the notes are just ever so slightly out of tune. Because of the 12 tone system, because we settled on 12 tones, and they're equally spaced, there is a tiny bit of beating in between them. But using an instrument like this gets rid of that problem because you have much more nuance and you can actually play those pure chords, instead of having to compromise them, which, by the way, seems a little excessive. Like, I don't know about you guys, but I can't hear. Maybe my ears aren't sharp enough, but like I mean, I can hear some beating maybe, but it's not enough that it annoys me in any meaningful way. A comma is basically a really, really small interval that are often few cents in size and are used in nerd-ass tuning and math that I only half understand. 12 tone equal temperament thirds are just a bit flat. Yeah. So glad I live in the era of 12 tone equal temperament. 12 tet. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, microtonal scales are very fun, and there are some pieces of music that sound very awesome with them. The thing is, I just can't find like books about these other scales, at least in my library. Maybe they're a bit too recent. Maybe I'd just have to look again. Anyway, let's continue. It may be useful to recall that bitonality, not like bitonality as in two keys, but by, the word by. Bitonality is meant the complete relationship established between the different elements of a series of sounds. Those relationships grouping themselves around the first note of the series of tonic. Okay, so basically what he means by tonality is that it's just a bunch of notes sounding together, and there's a tonic. That's what he means by tonality. There's a recording of a 1551 piece on a microtona keyboard. I think it only really truly matters in vocal music. True, I guess. Like, yeah, the human voice can get all those in-between notes pretty easily, right? And I guess a fretless guitar can too. Like a perfect third in vocal music in a vibrant hall does sound better than a 12 tone equal temperament third, but like, is it worth it? I'm not sure if, especially when you have like a whole choir playing, I'm not sure if you'll be able to hear the difference because all the choir people will be ever so slightly out of tune with each other just because of the way the voice is, right? So I'm not sure if you're going to even be able to hear the fact that it's just ever so slightly different than a equal 12 tone equal temperament third than just a perfect third, right? I don't think it really matters that much. The modern school modulates continually and with the greatest skill. That's true. Now that we have 12 tone equal temperament and that we have tonality, we have modulation. I'm not sure if other cultures have modulation in the way that we think, like going to other modes, going to other scales based on tonics. Of course, that's assuming that they even have a system of a tonic. I assume that they do because it's satisfying, like, to our ears to have a tonic note. Like, I imagine that through whatever various scales and melodies and techniques that other music uses, I think pretty universally we can say that it's satisfying to have a tension and release pattern. It's just the way they approach that would be different, and I think at least part of that includes having a tonic note. I mean, that's just this is a wild guess, I'm just guessing, but it's a good case of least worst kind of system. There are compromises, but being able to move in any key or implement any chord matters. That is true. Like, I don't think that something like a ninth chord would be... Like, I'm not sure if this chord would sound any good in a system that wasn't 12 tone equal temperaments. Like, I'm not sure those chords would probably sound horrendous in a system that wasn't 12 tone equal temperament. So it does allow for some interesting harmony, and also, like we said, modulation. Okay, I'm not even thinking of tuning, considering what I tend to make with music is not meant to make music. I mean, at least you're self-aware about that part. Some people are a little more adamant about their music. The modulation school modulates continuously with the greatest skill. The most remote tonalities are approached with facility by ingenious successions. Okay, so basically you're saying, so these other skills, they don't have that much tonality, and Eastern cultures, they don't have that much tonality, but our scale, 12 tone equal temperament, that means we can modulate with the greatest skill, and we have tonalities which we can reach by the most ingenious successions. Alright, bro, whatever. Everybody knows, what a way to start a paragraph here, that the distance from one key to another depends on the number of sharps and flats which differentiates them. Sure, but it must be noticed that when there are more than 6 sharps or flats between the two scales, they no longer have any notes in common. Okay, that's actually something good to notice. In the classical style, it was considered that the keys formed upon degrees of the diatonic scale, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, constituted the series of possible modulations from the principal key. Okay, whatever. Let me move on. On the ho tone scale, this combination of notes is often used by the modern school. Wait, but you just said it wasn't. Did you say that before, that it wasn't used by the modern school, and it shapes the not modern school, or whatever? I mean, making musical with optical mice and random length of pipes and feedback. Sure. Maybe you can, like, you know, drink out of a few water bottles and do something similar to that. The whole tone scale has only 6 notes and has no leading note. It cannot terminate on the octave except by having recourse to the enharmonic. Since it finds its inspiration in the old division of the scale into tetrachords, the whole tone scale can be divided into 2 tetrachords, the last note of the first being the first note of the second, which is the position of the enharmonic change. What? Since it finds inspiration in the old division of the scale into tetrachords, the whole tone scale can be divided into 2 tetrachords. The last... Oh, wait. Does he mean, like... Yeah, hold on. And so, like, does he mean, like... There's that, and then there's... this. Yeah, like that. Those are the 2 tetrachords. I mean, they ain't the most pleasant I ever heard. Wagner used the chords of the augmented fifth. Whatever, bro. Are just scale fragments, not actual chords. I see. In harmonizing the scale, we have a chord of the augmented fifth on each degree. Yeah, wait, hold on. There's actually a series of chords that works here. Okay, wait, this is gonna be tricky. Let me just refer to the book here. The scale is as follows. B sharp, F sharp, F sharp, A sharp, C double sharp, A flat, C flat, E natural, B flat, D, F sharp, and then finally here. These are the whole tone chords. Sure, I guess. In consequence, the identity of the sound of the augmented fifth and the minor sixth are reduced to these two. Sure. The scale in thirds will be as follows, and by contrary motion, okay. But can you tell me how to use the scale? It will be noticed that the notes of each chord of the descending scale are the same in sound as the notes of the corresponding chord of the ascending scale. The notes of each chord of the descending scale will sound the same as the notes of the corresponding chord of the ascending scale. Okay. Okay, wait, hold on. This is... For those who are not afraid of the harshness of the discords, we may point to a curious arrangement of the scale in whole tones. Okay. Those who aren't afraid of the scale. Combinations are not much used in the form of scales by contrary motion, but taking them by themselves, one may seek and find some entertaining progressions, because each of these combinations is identical in sound, with the chord of the ninth, which the fifth is doubled and altered, ascending and descending. What? Okay. He gives an example here. Which looks like this. Let me write this over here. Grace notes. I was looking for the word appoggiatura, but it's grace notes. Oh. Oh wait, hold on. It's not leading into these notes. Put these in another voice. There you go. Okay. But by taking them themselves... Okay. I think what he means is that these whole tone chords, they're not really used in music as it is. They're mostly... We mostly just borrow chords from the whole tone scale to get a point across, like to get cool cadences like this one. I like to see double harmonic major and Phrygian dominant as extensions of the Phrygian mode. Like with the relationship between melodic minor and harmonic minor, have with natural minor. I really should use melodic minor more. I never use it. The same interpretation obtains with the other combinations. On these scales, we have indicated the end harmonic change. In the practice, the diminished third is terse openly. The end harmonic character of these six chords, which reduce themselves to two, makes it possible to use alternatively the form sharp 5, 6/4, or 6/3, and 6/4. There exists a second scale of whole tones, that which has for its point of departure C sharp. Oh yeah, there were two whole tone scales, right? Because each scale has 6 notes, and there are 12 notes on the keyboard, you can raise it up a little bit and it'll be a different one. A lot of Debussy here. I guess he was the one that used the whole tone scale a bunch, but it's mostly Debussy. Okay. And various harmonies. Augmented 11th. This is the harmonic 11th added to the 9th. Augmented 11th, huh? What does that sound like? Let's see. C flat. C flat. I guess C flat doesn't exist in this cello patch I'm using. Okay, whatever, go here. E flat. A natural. D flat. G flat. F. Sure. What a chord. I feel like that's got to be orchestrated a bit better than how I've done it to make it sound good. This sounds like a bunch of noise, but I bet if it was orchestrated better, it'd sound much better. Here, let me put this bass lower and then like raise it so I can actually hear it. Okay, it sounds much better with the bass down here. If we space the chords out maybe a bit differently, it would be more pleasing. Probably not in forte, but a piano, it would sound better. That on 6 tubas would go A way. Sure. Where's my tuba sound? This chord is inherently cooked. It was doomed from the start. I mean, this chord is... No, it's not used in passing. No, it's not. This chord lasts an entire measure in the example that was given. Okay, lots of examples. I'm trying to look for paragraphs. See, I can't really like understand what these things are getting at without like transcribing it for you on screen, and then like, because I don't have like a PDF of this. There's like a write around it sort of thing. Yeah, or you could just not write this. I want to hear these chords on tubas though. Okay, those are definitely not tubas playing that. Tubas will not be able to play that. Probably like 6 euphoniums could though. Or horns. I love that. It sounds synthy. When you have all these horns playing together, it sounds like a synth. That's so beautiful. I bet. Put them at piano. That gives me an idea. You could have like music that sounds like it's written for a bunch of synths, but only because the harmony in it is so modern. Or like maybe I could try orchestrating these chords in like a traditional way and see what they sound like. I wonder. Anyway. Anything else that is interesting here? Oh, what the heck? Just a lot of weird notation. Turns out modern composers wrote a lot of strange notation. Okay, yeah, it's mostly just weird examples. It's like exceptional examples that they're giving here. Various deductions and reflections. So this is like the conclusion-ish. Some musicians will see in the harmonic series the indubitable origin of the chords now in use. Chords which their predecessors little by little discover. I don't know why I can't say it out. Little by little discovered by intuition. So basically what it is that we know about the harmonic series now, but before that people just kind of found it out by their intuition, by their gut feeling. According to these musicians, the origin of these chords may be established in the manner following, which is up to the chord of the augmented 11th. Okay. Interesting. So this is like the harmonic development that he's pointing out here. So the octave he lists as, hold on, let me get, I want to keep it in horns for now. I like horn. Okay. He said this was primitive times, having an octave. Having a fifth was in the first centuries of the Middle Ages. We have this now. In the close of the 13th century, so the end of the 13th century, we finally gained the third. In modern times, to the close of the 17th century. So yeah, the close of the 17th century. So basically, Well, actually, I don't know. The 7th chords? Dominant 7th chords? These definitely are not at the close of the 17th century. They definitely existed before then. I mean, maybe. EDM producer channels treat these kind of voicings as secret hacks. What, this? This is a secret hack? Bro, this is literally thirds. And this is just 2 notes swapped. But you are right, it's very, whatchamacallit? It's very secret. This one tip will improve all of your EDM music. Unbelievable. I mean, I guess they're not... Okay, I'm gonna be so honest. I'm not sure if I could name a single EDM producer that's going to their library, checking out books on 20th century harmony, and like going through them and writing down music notation. So I guess I can kind of forgive them. Top 10 chords your DAW does not want you to know about. Wait, actually, that sounds like a great video. Something like, top 10 chords you are forbidden from using. Bach hates it. Attractive as may be the interpretation given to the series of intervals, it is both disputable and disputed. Some say rightly that the sound 11 is no more than an F sharp and the sound 7 is a B flat. Okay, so he's talking about in the context of a C major chord. That the 11th is no more than an F sharp and that the 7th is no more than a B flat. Others affirm that the formation of the chords by superposition of thirds cannot be accepted. What do you mean by the superposition of thirds? And that the chord of the 11th cannot exist. Oh, so he means like this? Like you can't do this? Why? This cannot be accepted? Why not? Doesn't it sound great though? That's so modern sounding. I love it. Like not even like modern, like French modern. That sounds like if I went on YouTube right now and I looked up some emerging like EDM, not EDM. Who uses this kind of progression? I guess EDM, hip hop maybe. Anyway, those people that produce beats nowadays, producers I guess, but that's too vague. People nowadays, if I hear this, I'm only thinking completely modern, released maybe 1 or 2 years ago. Some dude playing around in Logic Pro. Synthwave. Ah, oh, you're right. You're so right. It is called synthwave. And this. Especially this. Something about this I love. Especially on the horns. Like putting it on cellos sounded okay, but on horns it sounds even better. Although that would mean I would need to employ 5 horns, so maybe I'll have to add some other instruments in there so I don't have to use 5 horns, but you know, if I were to write in a classical style with classical orchestration, but like use chords like this and progressions like this, I wonder what it would sound like. Maybe I'll spend some time cracked out of my mind and in a dark room writing some modern classical music. Neoclassical, I guess is the word for that. Never mind. We'll leave the theorists to explain among themselves and say that Marnold, following it, Monsieur Marnold, that Monsieur Debussy has used the chord of the augmented 11th. We have given example from Schmidt and Fanelli. It is very important to notice that the school of which Monsieur Vincent d'Indy is the chief is also very modern in its manner of treating counterpoint. The means of analysis being different, the examination of the methods in use in modern counterpoint must form a separate task on parallel lines with the present. Notwithstanding this, we have quoted several passages from Monsieur Vincent d'Indy. Because it is impossible to write a work on modern music without naming this eminent composer, his place would be momentous in an analytical study of works characterized by horizontal writing rather than vertical writing. Okay. 5 bassoons pulsing them really fast in a good hall would sound really nice. They kind of blend in when doing that and also sound synthy. Horns and bassoons do have a generally similar quality in this upper tenor range. I guess it's not even tenor anymore, this is like alto. In this alto range, the bassoon does sound like a horn-ish, but only in the piano volumes, of course. Forte, give up. All the foregoing questions bear upon harmonic facts typical of modern writing. The character from the point of view of quote-unquote composition has not been considered. There is no need to dissimulate the fact that all these peculiarities of writing, interesting in themselves, are nothing if they do not enter the logical development of a musical thought. Perhaps it may be a reproach to some musicians that they have allowed themselves to be seduced by the search for rare phenomena to the detriment of inspiration. Okay. I think, in summary, he's saying that you should write music, and if you're going to write something strange in your music, you ought to do it because it's the part of the sound that you're going for, and not just because you want to use weird intervals just to use weird intervals, I think is what he means by that. Perhaps it may be a reproach to some musicians that they have allowed themselves to be seduced by the search for rare phenomena to the detriment of inspiration. We often meet with works so bristling with interesting harmonies that emotion is practically excluded. Here we have a stumbling block which true musicians will know how to avoid. I agree with our author here. Yeah, as much as I disagree with you about basically a lot of things that you said throughout this book, that does seem to be right, and I think he expands upon that in the second paragraph here, that sometimes we come across harmony that's so strange and so modern and so like cool and interesting that like it kind of loses its emotional value. It becomes a little too scientific. Schoenberg. We have a stumbling block which true musicians will know how to avoid. Moreover, it would be a rash to pass judgment on the sincerity of the emotion of modern composers. That's true. I didn't make a joke with Schoenberg, but that is just a joke. And a musician who is accused of quote-unquote gratuitous complication. Nice. This still applies. There are so many people that want to be weird because of the allure of being strange, rather than genuinely being into the sound. It is kind of a fine line, and it's not really anything that you can judge without knowing the intention of the composer themselves anyway. It's difficult to say, like, and it's difficult to say if they would even be honest with you, right? There's no such thing as too much Schoenberg bullying. Come on now. Like, I know Schoenberg does sound like a bunch of... It does sound like a bunch of, like, rocket ship noises, like in Star Trek when they have a console and it just goes beep boop. I know a lot of his music sounds like that. I'm not sure if it's worth completely making fun of all the time, though. It is kind of fun. I'm not going to lie that it is fun listening to Schoenberg. It's not like I'm revolted and I want to vomit by listening to it like some people do. Moreover, it would be rash to pass judgment on the sincerity of the emotion of modern composers. Any musician who is accused of gratuitous complication often only shows a very sincere sensibility in a form which to him has become familiar and personal. Yeah, so he's basically saying that it's difficult to say whether a piece that's super harmonically different and foreign is sincere or not, because although it might just sound like a bunch of noise to you, it might genuinely be sincere to the person who wrote it, and it's difficult to say which is which. There is one experimental musician who I love who just plays sine waves for long durations, and it would be pretentious aside from the fact that she generally really, really loves that sound. I mean, a sine wave is very pleasing. Turns the whole thing into a very humanistic approach. Yeah, that's the thing, because we're talking basically about modern art now, like, it's difficult. This is something that I kind of have a difficulty explaining to other people that are a bit more conservative in their approach to art, and I do explain it to them, like, this thing that you're seeing, like, especially minimalist art, I know people have trouble accepting minimalist art. Personally, minimalism, I don't like it. I think it's stupid, I think it looks bad, I don't like it at all. Do I think it's any less of an art form because of that? Absolutely not. I just don't like it. That's just my personal aesthetics. I don't like it. Do I think it's any less of an art form because I don't like it? Absolutely not. However, that seems to be the approach of other people. Like, this isn't art. It's less of an art because it doesn't follow the principles of art that have previously been established by other people. But even those who try to sympathize with modern arts, like they are genuinely trying to give like thought and try to understand the mind of the person who made it, but they just can't. Right? Like if you show some piece of modern art to a person who generally, they're probably really into the more conservative Renaissance kind of arts, and they look at a piece of modern art and they do, with genuine intent in their heart, try to accept it, but they just can't. Like they just can't bring themselves to understand it or can't bring themselves to like it. Let me refer back to the book here. It would be rash to pass judgment on the sincerity of the emotion of the modern composers. Yeah, so like a criticism, of course, that you see of modern art is that it's too easy. It doesn't look like there was any effort put into it. Like anyone can do that, or it just looks like a bunch of random nonsense. It doesn't look like there's no coherence to this. I don't see any message that's supposed to be displayed, and or the message that you're trying to bring across is just preposterous and doesn't mean anything. Stuff like that. And he comments on that over 100 years ago, might I add. It would be rash to pass judgment on the sincerity of emotion of modern composers. Just because the art is something that you don't understand or something that you can't find any emotion in doesn't mean it doesn't have any emotion in it at all. It's just that you aren't feeling it because you're not one of the people that understands it, or you're not one of the people that, you're not the person who created it. And a musician who is accused of gratuitous complication often only shows a very sincere sensibility, in a form which to him has become familiar and personal. I'm very voluble about my approach to art. Almost anything is art. There are very few things that I can't find aesthetic value in. I agree that there are things that, like, everything can have aesthetic value. It's just that a lot of things to me have pretty low aesthetic value. Like, if you showed me 5 grains of sand in a petri dish that you just scooped up with a spoon and you put it on a petri dish, I'm not gonna lie, it would be difficult for me to accept that as a piece of art. Or not as a piece of art, as an aesthetically pleasing piece of art. If you label it as a piece of art, I would probably give you a very disapproving glare. But I guess I would kind of begrudgingly go like, yeah, I would say this could be art, but you need to have an intention behind it. I'm not going to accept you taking a glass of water and dumping it on a piece of dirt and calling it art. You need to have some kind of intention behind it. Even if I think your intention is stupid and wrong and doesn't mean anything and I hate it, I'm not going to deny that. Okay, basically what it boils down to is that I think art needs to have an intention behind it. It's hard to acquire 5 whole grains, and on a microscopic level those grains could be very nice. That is true. But then again, it wasn't you who made those grains, now was it? It was Mother Nature. Has anyone tried to attribute a piece of art to Mother Nature, like in a museum? That'd be kind of fun. But either way, yeah, I think the difference between just a bunch of random nonsense and it being art is that it needs to have an intention behind it. Again, even if I think that intention is completely ridiculous and doesn't mean anything, it still needs to have an intention in my mind to even be considered to be art. Okay. New systems develop from different sides. Some are based on the harmonic series, others on the division of the octave into small intervals. Excuse me. While still others bring the division into 12 equal semitones. The partisans of the slot divisions have not failed to notice that modern composers often write sharp and flat, and vice versa, and the two notations indicate the same sound. Still further, in certain scores may be found a phrase with sharps in one part, and the same phrase with flats in another part, moving at the octave or unison with the first part. I'm not too big on intentionality in art, but I understand people who find it very important. I think it basically makes or breaks art. That's my take. If there is no intent behind the art, then it's not art at all. It can be viewed as art, but it only becomes art when it's intentional. Like, you can think of like, what's a good example? That's not like strange. I'm not sure. Like, for example, maybe you come across like a big boulder that's been eroded over time, and it's in a like a very pleasing shape, and it looks very cool. Would I say that's art? No. Would I say that it could look like art? Yes. But nobody intended for that to look that way. It just kind of is, because no person put any intent into making it that shape. Therefore, it's not art. Although it can be aesthetically pleasing and artistic, it's not exactly art in itself. It will occur to no one to deny that the older technique, the possibility of chromatic and complicated harmonies. On that subject, one may reread Bach, Schumann, Chopin, and as well as Wagner, who by comparison is allied with the other older music rather than with the modern music. That's true. Wagner, as progressive as he was, definitely wasn't writing augmented 11ths. I mean, maybe he was, but definitely not as much as Debussy, nor whole tones. He's more similar to the other guys than the new guys. As to Beethoven, he gets his own remark. He seems to have concerned himself little with harmonic research. In the complete power of his genius, he gave himself to the development of ideas. That's true. That's something that I kind of point out to people, is that in the classical period, especially Beethoven, Mozart, Haydn, Clementi, Czerny, those guys, they didn't really invent a whole lot of new harmony. They just kind of stuck with what the Baroque guys were doing, but on a much simpler scale. So, I was cleaning out a filing cabinet. There were 3 pieces of paper combined in a way that I really love. There was a transparency of newspaper scrap and a non-transparency that I scanned in. That does sound very cool and very fun. He seems to have concerned himself with this attained such greatness that the piquancy of uncommon harmonies became useless. Okay, so basically, I guess what he said there is that because Beethoven basically just used the simplest of harmony, there is uncommon harmony just became useless because everyone wanted to be Beethoven. Nevertheless, he drew back from any harmonic boldness of which he had need for the interpretation of his thought. So I guess Beethoven didn't need weird harmony to be great, is his point there. Composers of classical education may write in modern harmonies, their technical skill permitting them to attack every variety of form. Do they then perform this as an act of free will, or do they involuntarily fall beneath the influence of the atmosphere of today? It is a difficult point to decide. Sure. So do composers who studied primarily Beethoven and Mozart, do they write in harmony because they want to, or because everyone else is, so they are too? It's difficult to decide. Besides, in seeking an answer to our question, we may find that certain authors are modern only in their wish to write remote harmonies and are not led to do so by their natural feeling. Okay, that's kind of what we were talking about before. In the short review of the harmonies employed today, we have not been able to quote all composers, and we have not always given to those that we have quoted the important place which is due to them. We have to ask of them all not to see any partisanship in our silence or our reserve. The works available in our library have alone determined the choice of quotations. These have been made in a spirit of entire impartiality without taking any account of our own preferences. Beethoven did not need weird chords to be good. He needed the deafness. Beethoven only needed 5-1. That's true. Like, I feel like nowadays, composers. I guess I'm not using MuseScore much. Because, there are composers in my Discord server, and I get recommended videos of composers, like modern composers, posting their stuff onto YouTube. it's difficult for me to tell whether the new school composers, and by that I mean, 2025 people posting their stuff on YouTube, it's difficult for me to tell if they're writing weirdness for the sake of writing weirdness or if they're writing it because it's the point that they're trying to get across. And whenever someone asks me for a critique of their music, I always ask them if they intended for it to be intentionally dissonant, or if they intended if they're intentionally trying to make some kind, like, what kind of sound they're trying to go for is what I ask of them first before I critique their music. Like I said, intent is extremely important to me, and you need to intend your harmonies before you write them. Like, what kind of sound, what kind of feeling are you trying to get across? Even if it's completely abstract, I'm gonna at least try to understand it. That's what I try to do before I write any critique. Let's read the conclusion here. Oh, no. Let me continue with my point. So there's those people that write the, like, new kind of harmonies, weird, obscure harmonies. Again, not hard to tell if it's for the sake of weird harmony or because they want to write weird harmony, or if it's because it's what they believe will serve the piece the best. Where was I going with that? Okay, well, anyway, I seem to have lost it. I'll just keep reading then. Chapter 12, Conclusion. When it is seen that each of the passages quoted may be explained by means of the older technique, the reader may be tempted to conclude that modern harmony is no other than classical harmony treated with greater liberty. This would not be quite exact. That's true. The entire book was basically explained by means of, 11ths, 9ths, stuff like that. They were explained by intervals and stuff. Not exactly. I'm sure when Debussy was composing his stuff, he was not exactly thinking about it being an 11th, not exactly thinking of it being a 9th. He probably just thought the clash between the chord and the extension was nice, and so he wrote it in. Strictly speaking, nearly all the new music can be analyzed with the aid of the older treatises on harmony and counterpoint. Modern authors having all made classical studies, the minds of the greatest innovators, bowing involuntarily to the indelible influence of that teaching. It therefore results that the most modern music we may nearly always recognize, in spite of dissimilarity, the strain which connects it with the classical technique. So, yeah, I guess what he's saying is that even though modern music will sound very different than older classical music, we still use the same system of writing it, and we still use the same system of notating it and playing it even, that it's impossible to separate the two. We're just going to have to keep explaining the old in terms of the new, unless someone wants to come up with an entirely new notation system, but the chances of that catching on are 0%. Nevertheless, it seems to us that there is in this music a new harmony, a latent condition. In a latent condition, which ere long will break that strand, which will throw down the ramparts with which the professors of harmony have involuntarily encircled the ancient teaching. If we have been able, not without a certain feebleness, to analyze some bars of modern music, artists will be quick to perceive the insufficiency of our commentaries. A new technique is required for modern thought. It will not be formulated, we believe, except by an artist having the power to develop himself outside the schools, and it will depend on the position taken by the theorists with regard to the origin of the notes. So basically, we're waiting for the Übermensch of modern harmony. To establish a system, we must lean upon something that is stable. But today, we are in the presence of 3 series of notes, which at every instant mix themselves in a most illogical manner. Pythagorean notes, natural notes, and tempered notes. Choice must be made eventually. The theory of harmony. Okay, well, speaking 100 years later, Mr. Lenormand, I regret to inform you that the system has not changed. It's the exact same system. I guess we're a little bit more liberal in our notations now, but certainly MuseScore doesn't support some weirdness, and otherwise, no system has really come in place. I think there's still a lot of gas left in the 12 tone equal temperament functional harmony canister. That's true, and I'm sure unlimited potential is also in these other scales. It just depends on who uses them. In our preface, we examine the different routes which may be followed by composers in a future time. Without taking any side in question, we may notice that the theoretical division of the octave into 12 equal semitones is nothing illogical about it, seeing that it exists in practice, and by the use of the instruments of fixed sounds, and that our composers manifest more and more a kind of indifference in the choice between sharp and flat. So yeah, sharp and flats and other tuning systems will sound different, like an E. A D sharp will sound different than an E flat in other tuning systems, but in 12-tone equal temperament, that difference doesn't really matter. In expressing this opinion, we have a desire to give rise to useful discussion and have no intention of extolling any new system. Any other technique which will abolish the absurdity of writing a music which cannot be executed, and which will open a wider path for the evolution of today, must excite the interest of all musicians. But, it will be said, this will make it necessary to modify the theory of music. We do not ask for this, but man, these guys are so, like, they're so adamant about, I mean, it would be cool if we had a new theory of music, and it'd be cool if we used other systems of temperament, but we're not advocating for any of that. Like, we're not saying that you should do that. We're not advocating for you to do that. It's just, guys, don't send us any complaint letters, please. Oh my gosh. We do not ask for this, but why should not change? We do not ask for this, but why should not such change be made? Did the Greek system prevent the theorists of the Middle Ages giving us the hexachordal system? And has this hindered the genesis of our present system? And do they really imagine that this last must remain to the end of time? This would surely be too naive. I mean, sure, yeah, I'm like, 12-tone equal temperament has existed for so long, but it's difficult to say if it will actually exist forever, right? Like, at some point, I feel like it's going to move on, but it's hard to say when, because it's been so enduring that it's difficult to imagine another tuning system being more dominant than the 12-tone equal temperament system. But of course, in hundreds of years, it's fair to say that it will change, but when? When was this written? Bro didn't appear to predict rock music. This was written before World War I, my friends, so very old. Let me see if I can find a copyright on this. I think I said at the beginning, but I forgot. 1913. So, how many graphical scores around this time? Probably not until the advent of like Webern and those people. I'm not sure. Probably it existed, but I don't know if it did. We don't even have to considering how often we use bends and stuff. Yeah, that's like what I was saying earlier, like with the like we were saying about Eastern music and Asian music and Arabic music, is that they might technically have a 53 tone system, but they don't really like use that as a scale. And same is with like rock music, right? And bends and stuff like that. Like we don't say that we like the guitar fretboard is still divided into 12 tone equal temperaments ish. But like just because we have bends in there doesn't mean we're using a different tonal system. It's just a bend. At the present time, we have old and young been molded by a traditional technique, let me enunciate, which does not leave us at liberty to invent another. Basically saying that the techniques that we're using now to notate music are so enduring that we can't really invent another. We just kind of stick with the ones we already have. Cipher is divided in the 12 tone equal temperament, then intonation is a different complication. Yep. That G string always out of tune. Always out of tune. Yeah. Suppose that melody, blah, 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 blah. To the musicians of tomorrow belongs the task of building a new musical system, responding to the needs of composers' thoughts. The music of today will be an excellent preparation. To suppose that melody will disappear in the midst of harmonic complications is, we believe, an error. Okay. At first, that complication will exist only for musicians of an incomplete education, and afterwards we may be certain that melody will extricate itself as readily from the modern harmonies as has extricated itself from the harmonies of Schumann and Wagner. These, to a contemporary of Mozart, would pass for veritable ramblings. Besides, was not Mozart accused of lack of melody in spite of simplicity of his harmonies? This guy would have been before graphical scores that became most popular in 1950. Yeah. So basically what he says that because there is so much harmony going on, people think that melody might be lost, but we think melody will only be lost if people that aren't educated enough in music, people that don't really know what music is, they're not educated enough to understand. Unbelievable. Let modern musicians write but the music of their period, and they will have fulfilled their duty as artists. That's a great quote. Let modern musicians write but the music of their period, and they will have fulfilled their duty as artists. The example was set them by Schumann, Chopin, Wagner, Liszt, Berlioz, Saint-Saëns, etc., who, at the suggestion of their surroundings, broke the classical molds in order to formulate a music adequate to their mentality. That's true. The musicians of the school today have followed them in this way. So what he's saying is that they're it's not that they're breaking the rules. I don't think it's fair to say that they're breaking the rules. It's just that they're trying something new. Like, the rules only exist because there's a condition to those rules. Like the parallel fifths rule that we were talking about before. That parallel fifths rule really only really applies when you're trying to hear the two voices separately. But if that's not your goal, then it doesn't really matter. And sure, there are ways that you can write those parallel fifths that make them sound nice, which is what the first part of this was. I guess we didn't really write a whole lot about this beyond this. I'll rename this How to Use Parallel Fifths. I think it's a beautiful title. But yeah, I'm not sure if breaking the rules is exactly the phrase that I would use. It's more like they just tried something a bit different, and it is enduring now. But if the masters whom we now quote freed themselves from conventional forms, they did not change the musical language in any radical fashion. Yeah, that's kind of what I said. They didn't really change the musical language. They didn't change the system of music we have. They just kind of did like little by little changes. They just kind of chipped away at it. On the contrary, our modern composers have completely modified the harmonic idiom at the same time as the form. I mean, I would agree with that. Even today, we may say also that the modern works give us impressions of subtlety and charm more often than impressions of power and grandeur. Oh yeah, so basically Debussy isn't as grand sounding as Beethoven. Must we conclude that the technique of which we have quoted so many examples does not lend itself to the construction of powerful and developed works? No, because of Stravinsky. The technique would have quoted so many examples, I guess. Like, powerful and developed works. No. I mean, Stravinsky was writing music up to that point. Like, The Firebird was 1911, right? So this would have been after that. I mean, I guess, again, the scope of this is French harmony specifically, so. Certainly not. We could point to the compositions of the new school where these qualities are to be met. Oh yeah, well, he refutes that claim that powerful works cannot be derived from this kind of harmony. He says no. This school has just made a great effort to free itself from the past. We must give it time to take advantage of its conquests and produce the works which we have a right to expect from it. But if this new art be only a refinement of the older art, arrived at the end of its evolution, then the perpetual advancement of the art will not be arrested, and we should see new formulas arise of which we cannot, at present, foresee the character. What a bunch of gobbledygook to basically say musical research ain't gonna end, and it's just going to change based on what composers want. The end. There you go. I mean, that's not the end. I actually like mostly just skimmed through this book. It was mostly skimming. But great read. Very cool. Let me play this cadence for you one more time. Beautiful cadence. I'm actually going to take a screenshot of that because I want to use that for something later. Doink. Okay. But anyway, now we have this beautiful document here. How to use parallel fifths. It's awesome. You get to use parallel fifths. Parallel fifths can be used in the lower two voices and the upper voices in contrary motion. Let's not have forte. Let's do like piano. Why can't I hear these guys very well? Let me make you louder. Pretty. Man, switching it from a cello patch to a horn patch really changed the character of this. This is really like, it's very modern sounding. So that's how they use parallel fifths. You can use parallel fifths in the bottom voices where everything else moves in contrary motion, or you could have it if the upper voices are moving along with it in similar motion. So down, down, these guys move up and up. Then there should be some contrary motion in the upper voice, so this guy moves up and down. And he says here the parallel fifths in the upper voices should not be used too often because it will start to sound a bit monotone. I think it was kind of his words. And parallel fifths sound nice in inner voices when the other voices move in contrary motion. So we have a parallel fifth here moving up, so the other voices move down. And here we have a parallel fifth moving down, so the other voices move up. Very cool. I want to hear that lower. Okay, this definitely sounds like a bunch of garbage, but what if I move this up? That's very modern sounding. I love it. It was World War I, right? If I recall correctly, I'm not... Did that sound from around when serialism started? I know some folks thought that was the end of music, or was that World War II? I don't know when serialism started. Actually, let me look this up. Let me at least look up serialism. I mean, serialism, of course, doesn't just apply to notes. What about the 12-tone technique? The law of 12 tones in 1919. In 1923, developed its own 12-tone technique. So, like, right after World War I. Was the 12-tone technique with the Second Viennese School. Very cool. Okay, same thing here with the inner voices moving in parallel fifths, but the upper voices move down. And here are some chromatic fifths. I'm not sure if I understood chromatic fifths exactly correctly, but by chromatic fifths, I just understood that to mean fifths that are from scales that are not diatonic. I think this progression could use some work. I feel like I really did a disservice to the chromatic fifths, but anyway, I guess you can take a screenshot of this now if you want. I'll probably just post a PDF in my Discord server or something, but either way, that's what we learned from that book. I have another book here. I guess I'll return this book today or tomorrow. I did get another book which is a bit more general called New Harmonic Devices by Miller. Horace Alden Miller, which by the way is a fantastic name. Horace Alden Miller. Those chromatic fifths sound dope. I think they're cool. I just think I need to write the chords a bit better. Like, I feel like these chords aren't very well filled in. but I think the general idea of the chords can work. I just need to fill them in better. But either way, the New Harmonic Devices, subtitle A Treatise on Modern Harmonic Problems by Horace Alden Miller. This one's a bit more general in its scope. Let me just read the table of contents. If I could find the table of contents. Yeah. Harmony in retrospect, which basically is all classical harmony. Modern harmonic problems, and then a bunch of modes. Escaped chords, whatever that's supposed to mean. The super dominant. Passing chords and polytonality. Whole tone dominant chords. Synthetic harmony, whatever that means. And then atonality. And then glossary. So this will be a fun read. It's a bit more broad in scope. But either way, I will be looking at that soon. Maybe I'll rifle back through the pages of this one we just read to see if I missed anything, because I was kind of going a little bit fast for the sake of the stream. But I have been here for, well, how long? 4 hours and 30 minutes? That's longer. I skipped eating dinner for this. What book we're reading again for the stream? See, my library has a copy. Okay. This book is called A Study of 20th Century Harmony by René Lenormand. R-E-N-E space L-E-N-O-R-M-A-N-D. Translation by Herbert Antcliffe. That's what it's called. Apparently it's the first in a series. And it doesn't really say that anywhere, but it is the first in a series of other books on harmony. Yeah, a companion volume to A Study of 20th Century Harmony, Volume 2, which is apparently by a different guy. Interesting. Well, either way. There's another, but I'm not sure. Maybe it's German harmony or something. I'm not sure what that second volume is about. It's kind of, see, because when I picked up this book off the shelf, I just saw 20th Century Harmony on the spine, and I took it because I was rifling through books that I thought I might look at, and I noticed that this one was only French harmony, and very specifically Debussy's harmony. So that's why I thought it would be worth looking at. But yeah. I'll be sure to find other books. And maybe, like we were discussing earlier, maybe I'll pick up some philosophy books and I'll read them on stream so we can have a discussion about it. And it'll be more of me reading paragraphs over and over again to see if I could re-understand what it's supposed to mean. But anyway, it's 1 a.m. right now, and I could really go for some chicken. Some 1 a.m. chicken sounds great right now, so I'm gonna do that. And I will see you guys later. Bye-bye. Make sure to join the Discord, by the way, and subscribe.